spell earlier.
Hello, everybody. Back to Masks San Sebastian. A few announcements before we get started. If you're enjoying what we're doing, we have a coffee page with all of our affiliate links, as well as a Redbubble for merch and a coffee for direct donations. Cash is good. Give us money. All of our social media is also on there, so you can keep updates of the show, along with grabbing a link to our Discord where the chaos never sleeps.
Does occasionally forget how to spell.
Yeah. Who ever knows how to spell? Not me. That's why I use
spell
autocorrect.
check.
And spell check, yes.
That's why I'm always ducking.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Golf clap for that one.
If leaving the meeting
But I'm
wouldn't
the
mess
goose.
up Charlie's overlay, I would leave the meeting. I can.
If you are watching the
Post
video
email.
on YouTube, we are live sometimes, so join us when we're live. Chat. Go ahead. Pop this. We may be exploring some sensitive themes, so you can use the exclamation point content warning at any time to see some stuff that may come up in our game. No. Care yourselves. Step away if you need to. Never. Here when you get back.
We won't be mad.
Nope. So,
Not at all.
without further ado, bro.
On to me. Well, before we get too far into things, happy Halloween, everyone. As I believe this is our Halloweenish episode.
It is our most holiest of episodes.
It is the episode that is closest to Halloween.
Which makes it our Halloween episode.
The episode that takes place in October
Fault.
that is closest to Halloween. Go with that.
Or I guess if we're live with Whispers in the Mist Monday, that's our Halloween. This is our Halloween masks episode.
We
Sure,
will
we'll
not
do
be
that.
live
There we
Whispers on
go.
it,
Yeah.
so.
Nope.
Okay. Well, last time we went through the formation of the Misfits with a Y. Our little ragtag bunch of young heroes in the city of San Sebastián. And today we're going to be picking up with their first proper adventure. But as we get into things, first and foremost, we're going to go ahead and add a team to the pool.
One team.
And indeed, one team. And I will let you all know now, time is going to be passing a fair bit in this game. Team is not going to stay in the pool for long. Use it while you got it.
You use it or lose it.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna forget
Well,
about it and never
we
use it.
do
so
have-
whatever.
A character who has a mechanic to benefit from using selfishly, so that'll probably keep things
Sure.
moving.
I don't. What do I even do? I don't even remember.
You punch things that you absolutely should
I-
not punch, like
Well, I have
giant
moves. Did I write them
prehistoric
down? I did write
crocodile
them
men
down.
who ate the dinosaurs. Apparently,
He claims to.
I feel like he was a liar, but you know, it's not.
A dinosaur man? Why?
But we should
Alrighty.
probably do introductions here, and like a fool, I didn't think to get this open. So, Charlie, would you mind quickly generating a icebreaker for us
I got. So, demand.
that you have to answer this time?
I guess.
Make
What's your
it
favorite
sound so
power pose?
enticing.
What's a food that reminds you of childhood?
Is this for us or for our characters?
Whatever you want to answer.
Either. It's been so long since we've done an icebreaker. None of us remember how to do them.
I thought you were gonna say it's been so long since I was a child. I don't know.
It has been 784 years since I have been a child.
I guess I can kick us off here. Hi, I'm Charlie. I play Thoth, delinquent, and a food that reminds me of my childhood is like tomato macaroni. I have no idea what the recipe is. I think it was like tomato soup and macaroni, but it was like it wasn't really soupy. There wasn't a lot of soup. I don't know how to explain it. It just like My mom would make it sometimes, and it was very good.
You had enough thickening
Mac
agent.
and
That makes
cheese
sense.
soup?
It wasn't a soup though. It was like just
I have accidentally made mac and cheese soup before. Not great, but this actually sounds good.
Why
there
would
was like
you
a little bit
do
of,
that?
I guess, like soup liquid left over, but it was mostly just soaked into the macaroni. So I don't know if
Oh,
it was
okay.
like a situation where the macaroni was boiled in the soup so it absorbed it, or what?
Were the noodles like red?
A little bit, yeah.
Interesting.
I guess a thicker version of SpaghettiOs. I also ate a lot of spaghetti.
I was about to say, this does sound like artisanal
Spag-
SpaghettiOs.
SpaghettiOs.
I've never had spaghettios.
Oh, hot
I did, and I
Pockets.
probably have some sort of disease because of it. Those things
Yeah.
are so processed.
And the meat in them is not meat.
I never had the meat version.
Don't.
I can't, have it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's all gluten. It's not meat. All right. I'm Jenna, and I'm playing Heavenly Katana, or Mia McPherson. And a food that reminds me of my childhood is cocoa wheats.
That
Chocolate
Jenna's
grits things.
answers?
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know. I am too lazy to come up with something
Cocoa
for my
wheats?
character.
I don't know what cocoa wheats are.
They're like
They
chocolate
chocolate
grits.
Wheaties? Oh.
Mm.
Grit?
Interesting.
What?
No, I mean they are chocolate Wheaties, but like, I don't know.
Mm.
That certainly sounds.
This is
like
this is a
something.
food.
That is probably a food.
It's like
You're
malto.
conveying this to
Have
me
you ever
via
heard of
airwaves?
malto meal? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
okay. We're all just like, what on earth are you talking
cocoa wheats was the poor person version. Don't make fun of my poverty in childhood.
I'm not. I just didn't know what you're talking about.
I used to like them super lumpy. Yeah.
Lumpy wheats.
Lumpy wheats, yes.
Saving that for an NPC name.
Oh no.
It's gonna be the
Lumpy
next
wheats
pasta
sounds like the name of a hobo.
I have so many concerns right now.
Me too.
I have enough points to redeem that. What does that work in this world? To-
I mean,
don't
I can't
know.
see the chat because my computer would like start lagging. So
well, we can just tell you about it later.
I
about
also
to
have
say-
enough points to
I mean, if
redeem
someone
that at this
redeems it, I
point.
can just be like, "Hey, Crow, here's an
Yeah.
NPC.
Yeah.
Lumpy wheats. Have fun."
Lumpy wheats.
I mean, you don't need to spend points on that. I'm just gonna do that.
I'm Maria. I play Silver Phantom. My answer is pot roast. His answer is an In-N-Out burger,
Alright.
which I had in Utah, and it was pretty good.
Nice.
We'll go
To be
next.
perfectly honest, I still
Um,
don't get the appeal of In-N-Out Burger. I've had it, and it's not that good to me.
It's because it's in and out.
mhm.
It was better than Shake Shack, and also I
Yeah, that's
believe
fair.
it was cheaper.
You were saying, Tess?
I'm Tess. I play Elytra, your protege in this game, and I don't know if I have an Elytra choice. I think it's probably something from the chimeric shop owner that lives, whose shop she works at. But for me, it's my mom makes these almond Christmas cookies every year, and that's
Aw.
probably it. And I still can't. I have the recipe. I've tried it
It's not
a
the
thousand
same.
times.
Not the
It's not the
same.
same. I can't do it.
Like even I stole my dad's cast iron pot from my brother so I could try and make the pot roast the same, and it didn't taste the same.
No,
So I think I have to ask him to do it, but
It doesn't
I don't
work.
want to do that.
yeah.
The romantic part of me is like, it's because they put love in it. The scientific part of me is like, skin sebum?
Nostalgia.
Well, I mean, like, depending on where you're cooking something, even like the water have a different impact, or
I suppose that's true. It could just
whatever
straight up be the
ingredients you
water.
bought will be a little bit different.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Anyways, I'm Brianna. I play Glory, and I don't really personally have a food that reminds me of childhood, but I'd say that Glory's would be pozole.
Interesting.
Capita.
I'll have to Google that.
Which is, it's more or less a soup, at least from the ones that I've had, with pork and hominy and then a bunch of other stuff. It takes hours to make.
Of course it does.
Because I've watched my friend who lives in LA, she makes it for Christmas and it takes hours.
Dang.
It's a labor of love.
I'm halfway
Apparently.
convinced that so many like old recipes take like 6+ hours because there was a point where like people had nothing else to do but like make something for 6+ hours during the day.
I mean, a lot of those
Also-
are like special occasion meals.
Yeah.
Also true.
Or heat differences in ovens. Like when you do like a pot roast, it can take like up to an hour in an oven, or you can throw it in a pressure cooker and have it in like 30 minutes.
Yeah, but we all know the first one tastes better.
Mm. Well, it depends on how much you burn it.
That is true.
Those is true. But now that we have introduced everyone, we open on August 6th, 2049, San Sebastián. And let's pick up with... Let's start with Silver Phantom.
Me?
Woohoo!
It's a pretty average day for you. You're currently on the Pork Chop Express, or in it,
Sounds
rather,
about right.
at work. It's an average day, not busy, but not like devoid of life. Though at the moment, it's sort of hit a lull. And you and Jack are taking a second to clean up a little bit in the truck and have a bit of a rest. Would you like to describe Jack Barton's appearance, or shall I?
Oh, hang on. I got this. Let me just Google something. Why is that the first thing that popped up?
Did you Google?
Nothing. I just I wasn't expecting that.
Not suspicious at all.
Yeah.
Really funny.
Did you Google Orc Daddy? For
No.
the record, don't do that.
Why? I'm not watching that. I know what you're talking about because it keeps popping up on Tumblr. He's
What is
got
happening?
he's got a ball cap on right now because we're at work and you gotta have something on your head.
Uh-huh.
Because he's old. Well, oh God, he's not old. Well, he is technically old, but it wouldn't even be our old. His shirt's tucked into his jeans like an old person, but they'd be dead by then. He's just wearing like a Pork Chop Express t-shirt. I have one on too.
All right.
But he's got
She
like
tall?
fluffy hair. No, probably average, like 5'8",
Okay.
5'7". Not a super tall dude. Jeans, cowboy boots on for some inexplicable reason. Like, who would even wear those? They aren't non-slip. But
I
guess
love it.
You can do whatever you want in your own food truck.
About to say,
sure
he
can.
runs the truck.
It's not. I don't think non-slips in a kitchen are an OSHA requirement anyway. Maybe they are.
No, I don't think so.
But like,
Okay.
well, you can't tell his hair's fluffy because he's got a hat on, but it like curls around on the under his ears. It's got like a
You
mullet
got like
going
skater
on.
boy hair that like does that like nice like out like flip.
Not flip out, just like curl under the ear, and then he's got a
Oh.
mullet going on.
Okay. Oh, okay. I love it. I'm here
This
for it.
man was born in the wrong generation, and that generation was before even our current one.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the first thing that popped up.
All right. So he sort of pauses after spraying down like a cutting board. Zora looks over. So, anything happen with those other guys you were going around with? No,
Have
when
we
you
done
beat
any?
up the lizard guy.
That's all we've done
That's all you've done, like majorly publicly.
with the group.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only public thing that's happened.
Ah, there's like some secret stuff going on.
We're hanging out now.
Does this mean you're finally gonna leave my attic every once in a while?
That it's the room over his garage.
Who's
Technically,
this?
I mean,
my
you're finally gonna
landlord
leave my.
slash boss.
I mean, you're finally gonna leave my house every once in a while.
I leave it to go other places.
You leave it to go do your sort of glances at the like front window and then back to you to do your crime fighting thing. You don't seem
Yeah.
to have much of a social life if you haven't noticed.
Well, I mean, we don't crime fight all the time. There's hanging out. We hang out in a basement like normal people.
That's
Just
every
any old
show.
basement.
It's a specific basement. I don't know
Oh,
if
he's
any.
got a specific basement.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has a house. I'm pretty sure one dude lives in a pizza place. He always smells like pizza.
Alright.
So yeah, it's a specific base, or yeah, it's a specific basement. That's like our hideout. I think that's our hideout. We've been hiding out there.
Pretty sure that makes it your hideout.
There's this weird old lady. I've been giving her scratchers, and she seems to be less angry when I'm there and I give her scratchers. But if I don't bring them, she just glares at me. And every time I go into a different room, she's there glaring at me.
Was the place haunted?
She's a real person. I don't think she's dead.
You sure? Did you touch her?
I'm not touching a random old lady.
We gotta make sure she's there. You know how this town is.
I feel like they would have told us if she was dead.
This place
Someone
is
would
weird.
have been like, "Oh yeah, that's yeah, we know her name. That's I took notes. That's Fortune Fox. She's dead." Somebody would have said that, right? Not just quit giving her scratchers.
Oh, so she's like a hero.
Yeah. If you come in here one more time with scratchers, I'm kicking you out. Instead of saying that, they would have been like, "Oh yeah, she's dead."
Alright. And at this point, the bell at the window dings, and Jack turns, and you turn, and there is another familiar face. Would you care to describe Jean?
Oh, is that what I named her? I changed her name so many times.
Unless you've changed it again, I have it down as Jean Jones.
Yeah, it's Jean, because all the other things were accidentally actors, who I guess by now are long dead.
Eh.
She kind of looks like Samantha from Sex and the City. Like her hair's like curled, like a little flipped out, super glamorous, and she's wearing like a solid color pantsuit, pink. We'll say it's pink today.
Alright. So Jack turns and sees her. He says, "Jean, baby." She just rolls her eyes. "Hey, Jack."
Gross.
Danny.
Hey, JJ.
Basic bitch, please. And side note, Maria, I had this thought earlier in the week. If we could get your menu as a merch item, like a notebook, I'll buy like 6 of those.
I think it's all things we could use. I'll double check. I just made it on Canva. I don't think there's an issue with that unless there is.
For our audience here, Maria made a menu for the
I
Pork
did make
Chop
a
Express, and
menu.
it is lovely. Fantastic little prop. I love it.
Start making the sandwich so Jack can make a fool of himself some more.
All right. So, what's new? She sort of like straightens her suit a little bit. Well, remember that interview had a month back? Got the job.
Oh, that's great.
No shit. Huh.
So, do we cheat him and how?
No. Fayette fell through. You heard of this place in Tarot Town? Taranco? Jack sort of like looks at you and looks back to Jean. I ain't never heard of it. Well, supposedly, woman who runs it is a goddess. Jack goes, oh, is she now? Not that way, Jack. In fact, I'm fairly certain she, like, I don't know. What the heck did Hera do? Turn you into a cow? Oh wait, you already are one.
I would say pig, but
Ah, that's a good pick too. That might go with the branding too much, though. Guys, I'm right here.
the old pork chop express.
Well, I'm happy for you, JJ. And hey, maybe send her our way sometime? Just to see how much of a goddess she really is, you know? JJ's just rolling her eyes. And eventually you give her a sandwich, but about that time, Silver Phantom, your phone dings. And you check
What is it digging?
Well, you check it, and it's a notification from the Tabs app. There is a call to base from Tabs.
I gotta. How long of a walk is it? I guess I
From
could take
here,
the subway.
well, there is a... Now, there should be a train system. Long story there. But there is public transport that can get you there. It's definitely not an easy walk if you just straight walk it. Big city,
need
after all.
to get a super bike or something. I'm pretty sure they were supposed to give me a car.
You gotta press them on that. You know how these government folks are.
Take forever with this shit. I gotta go to my secret basement.
Alright. Just be sure to clock out.
We don't punch in and out.
Yeah, whatever.
There's no system. You need a
I've been
system.
doing-
There's no system. Grab my backpack and head
I'm
out.
still taking out your check. You grab your backpack and head out. And meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Heavenly Katana.
Present.
We'll say that you're currently home for today.
Uh-huh.
Your parents are out
Uh-huh.
doing the whole hero thing.
Uh-huh.
But Grandma and your sister are currently in.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think you'd be doing on just a
Okay.
regular day?
So I imagine she's in her room. Imagine a room. And there's just like bright pink everything. There's some like graffiti art on the wall. She's got like a canopy bed, and it's got like the like drape over it, and then it's got like little lights on it. Like we're just like talking, and you know, she's just she's got her pink headphones on with the like cat ears, and
Of course.
she is just like just singing and dancing around her room. Like it's just ridiculous the amount of sunshine.
Just
that
girls
is
want to have fun
beaming
blasting
on-
full
yeah,
volume.
Yeah. So that's what she's doing.
All right. At some point, you'd probably notice Neko in the doorway, just like,
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Earth to Mia, come in, Mia.
She'll remove the cat ear, and turn off the iPod or whatever they're using in that time. We can't look it up because it doesn't exist yet.
Like the iPhone, I don't know, 40.
Yeah. What's up?
I'm headed out for the night. Gran's asleep. Can you tell her?
Yeah, I can tell her.
Right.
Where you going? Doing witch stuff?
Doing
You
a
guys gonna get like your
seance.
crystals together and like. Oh, okay.
Mia, crystals are so 1200s.
What?
It's all about incense now.
Incense?
God.
What kind of incense? Like.
Sage and myrrh.
Okay.
God, you don't know anything. Ugh. She just like rolls
Alright.
her head and starts walking
Anyways.
away.
Have fun. Be safe.
Yeah.
Don't turn anybody into a frog, please.
I do what I want. And as she leaves, your phone dings. Once again, message from Tabs. Calling for a team meeting.
Okay. She assumes that they're all coming to her house, so she's just gonna stay home.
Yep.
But she is gonna jot a quick note for Rema and just leave it next to her like tea that she left out, and it's just gonna say, "We're in the basement, and or out on patrol. See you soon." Yeah. And then like there's a little heart in the eye. Like
Of course. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, Glory.
I'm alive.
It's all right. For Glory, we pan over to Tarot Town, the magical part of San Sebastian, specifically the Grand Apothecary. Glory, would you like to describe what your sanctuary looks like?
If you were to walk into it, what you would basically see is sort of quiet, out of the way room. It's in the ward. They don't let just anybody access. A couple of different chairs, but only one of them is in use. You'd see Glory sitting on. It looks relatively well padded for a hospital chair. And she's sitting. She looks a little bit bored. There is a sketch pad next to her with a half-finished sketch that she just can't be bothered with at this point, and an IV in one of her arms that's attached to a hanging bag of glowing fluid. There are paintings covering the walls, and a sad little plant on the windowsill.
As you're sort of just in the moment, there's a knock at the door, which you know to be your attending physician. Would you care to describe Cersei?
Yes, I will. Cersei walks in, and it's a little random every day because she's been in a phase recently where she can't decide what she wants to do with her hair, since some days she's like, okay, well, I want to go like crazy wild goddess mode and just have it all over the place. And some days she's like, this is getting in the way of my work and I need it to be short. Today it is partway between clip to the back of her head. Doesn't look like she paid too much attention to what she did with it. Average woman of average height, average build, vaguely manic energy about her. I would imagine she's walking in with a clipboard that has some sort of absolutely off the wall things that she was doing recently.
Fair enough. And I'll also say that she's got a small satchel with her that carries her components, usually. She says, afternoon.
Afternoon.
How we feeling?
Well, the bruises are gone, but,
Same old, same old.
Well, I haven't coughed up blood in a couple of hours, but, it is what it is.
It's an improvement.
Turn anyone into a pig recently?
Not that the director knows about. She reaches into her bag and pulls out like a little bit of dust, sprinkles it over the plant, and it sort of pops into full bloom.
Thanks. I don't know. I can't for the life of me keep that thing alive.
Yeah. Takes practice. But speaking of plants, and she reaches into her bag and pulls out like this set of vials on a rack, each of which is full of a different mix of things. Alright, we got some new Molly concoctions this time around.
What'd you try with it this time?
2 parts Philosopher's Stone, 1 part Abalone Shell. It's supposed to have healing properties.
Well, it's worth a shot.
Just get this working here. She starts fiddling with the IV. And while ostensibly it should not feed smoothly into the IV bag, magically, it does. As it mixes in, the color of the fluid changes slightly. Doesn't really feel any different, though, as per usual.
Not really feeling anything.
I'll try some higher doses here, but this might be another bust.
Well, at least you can cross off the list.
Eventually I run out of options.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for trying, though.
Hey, you kidding? This is fun. I've got an excuse to do whatever the hell I want.
I love that for you. I imagine some people around here don't love that for them, but that's a thing.
They can shove it. As far as they're concerned, I'm saving a life.
Hey. Well, that might even be right someday.
A lot of hope, kid. You never know.
Well, odds are long, but it's possible. Don't suppose you thought of any new advice for it?
Don't die.
I'll do my best to follow that one.
Good. You really think a lot of heroes wouldn't need that advice? But you all seem to get yourselves killed all the time.
Something, bravery, stupidity. Wearing a cape near a distressing machine,
I don't know when the hell you heroes got fixated on those capes. It's so weird to me. I know it was like a military thing back in the day, but come on.
Didn't the Spartans use them to hide the blood?
That's a myth. Well, used to be a myth. Then the Neo-Spartans... You know what? Long story. And it's about this time, Glory, that your phone dings. And again, it's the call from Tabs.
She kind of looks at the IV and looks at how much is left.
As Cersei is finishing the last vial, looks like it's about done.
Okay. She
Call
takes
to
her own
action.
IV out. What?
Oop. Call to action?
Yeah. Something AI overlord.
I still don't get how you people can trust those computers.
Who says I trust it?
Well, most people seem to do at this point in time.
Well, most people are idiots.
I would choose a different word, but then again, I do have a
cut me some
fixation on pigs.
cut me some slack. I'm remembering how to person for a few minutes before I head out.
As far as I'm concerned, you do a pretty good job of it. You're certainly tolerable enough to keep as a person.
I think I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
It is.
Unclear. Oh, well, thank you. Try again next week.
Same time.
Same place.
She's scribbling like a few notes.
You want me to bring you anything?
Not me, but could you push the button next to the pharmacy? Pigs need feeding.
Sure. I'll hit on the way out.
Thank you.
You've checked that none of them have been there for longer than a week, right? They're gonna get in your case.
You see her scribble check pigs. Yeah, totally.
I definitely believe that and have no doubts about the veracity of that statement.
Smart kid, get out of here.
See ya. She'll head out and she will hit the button by the pharmacy. Check to make sure nobody else accidentally has turned themselves into a pig while in the pharmacy.
Not today. Though there is one pig who, when you come up, like, props his feet on the shelf and it's like... This,
Hey,
the
you
normal...
made this mess yourself.
Just squealing horribly at you.
Yeah, take it up with the doctor.
I can't do pig noises. Meanwhile, Thuth. You're on shift at Joey's Pizza. Would you care to describe Joey to us?
Sure. He's older, middle-aged man, probably in his mid-40s or 50s. Definitely starting to bald a little bit. Probably has some scruff on his chin and around his mouth. You know, maybe missed a morning of shaving because cares really. Little more heavy set and wearing jeans and a white t-shirt and an apron with lots of stains.
All right. Again, it's a pretty average day business-wise. Summer's starting to wind down here, so business on the Bayfront is going down with it, as per the usual. But as he's manned the counter, there is a lull, and he sort of cranes his head back a little bit. You almost done back there, kid?
Exactly what am I doing?
Your latest creation.
Ooh. Just about putting on the finishing touches.
Do I want to ask?
Depends on you, man.
Oh, boy. You hear him as he's cutting another pie. So,
Little sound of a bottle squeak. I top off the pizza dressing.
of course. So, your bike's back from the shop.
Internally, this I don't know if it really qualifies as a bake, but sweet. How much I owe ya?
Nothing. You didn't break it.
Still low.
Listen, if you want to pay me back, you just make sure the next delivery isn't late, alright?
You got it, boss. Even though he's wanting wanting to be even with Joey, I think it's bump a little bit, and he definitely has this relief on his face that those repairs would definitely cost several of his paychecks.
Mm-hmm.
Setting the bottle of ranch aside, grabs the tray that his new creation is on, and heads out to the front. Put it in its special spot on the counter.
And, out of curiosity, what little sign would you say hangs over that section of the pizza bar where your specialties go? Try at own risk?
Yeah, I think there's just like there's a bigger sort of colorful construction paper sign that has like in big bold letters mad scientist specials with like explosions and like scientist goggles in the background. And then next to it there's probably in one of those acrylic sort of sign stands. It's just this whole sort of like liability disclaimer. Like, if you purchase and eat this pizza, you're doing so at your own risk, and we will not be held accountable for any upset stomach, allergic reactions, illnesses you may develop.
Etc.
Yeah.
All right.
No refunds.
Well, the second you set it down, one of those influencer types that you're all too familiar with comes up and grabs a couple of slices, props up a camera on like a little stand, and starts filming like, "Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We're trying this new crazy creation." And you're just in the background. How do you react to this? Because this is a pretty regular occurrence.
I think I would try and like keep out of the shots, and try and like stay as anonymous as possible. So if I've got a baseball cap on, pulling the brim low,
Alright.
because I have a very other public set of activities that I do, and don't really want to bring attention to myself in this. So yeah, I think very much just like lighting the pizza in its spot and then heading back into the back, or if there's delivery we need to do, grabbing the Zaz.
Well, as you head to the back, you feel your phone buzz in your pocket. And once again, it is the message from Tabs. And as it arrives, you hear Joey say, "It's round back when you're headed out."
Thanks. Good.
Unless we got another delivery for, another delivery in the industrial area. You okay going out there?
Yeah, out there plenty of times.
Alright. Get boxed up.
I'll help box up.
Alright. And you check out your moped. Fixed is a strong term.
Okay. Sounds about
There's
right.
there's like some obvious like weld buckling from where it was like put back together. And like the paint job is still messed up, but it's functional.
Oh, as long as it doesn't explode underneath.
Hopefully.
Maybe one day I will have.
The Young Giants did show up on those really swanky hover bikes.
With their popularity and their money.
But as you load up to head out, the Tabs app dings again. And you see that Tabs has provided a route for you to deliver the pizza and then arrive at base.
I just make sound under my breath, like I'm there on my own. I use the directions anyway, though.
Yep. And finally, Elytra. I would say that you're probably at home today. Would you care to describe your home?
I think it's fairly simple. It's above one of the more witchy shops in the middle of Tarot Town. I do think it's probably a 2-bedroom apartment, but there's like little bits and bobs of all kinds of witchy stuff that have slowly migrated up from the shop.
Occasional good luck charm.
Yeah. Just random shit that the shop owner brings in and is like, I'm gonna leave this here, don't touch it, and no one questions why it's there. Elytra's room is pretty simple. They're basically a desk with a bunch of bug books strewn across it, some technical manuals, maybe some basic drawings of ideas for like computer gadgets and things. There is a drawing pinned to a wall that's this what looks like a big computer tower that's kind of human shaped with a bunch of question marks around it. Just there are like a couple like terrariums of various bugs, butterflies mainly, not to really freak anyone out.
Indeed. And I think the presence of those bugs means that your sister is hesitant to enter the room on most occasions.
A little bit, yeah. Less so with the butterflies. I think she's...
The butterflies are okay. Butterflies have pretty privilege.
Yeah. Butterflies have pretty privilege. If there were any nastier bugs, she would be hesitant. So, like, if there's some new research that Victoria's brought home and is deciding to obsess over, her sister probably gives the room a wide berth.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There also might be a couple anti-bug charms on the door so they don't escape.
And weirdly, every time you pass by them, it's just a little like twinge of like, eh. It's like the tiniest little aversion to it.
Good to know. I was just gonna say, I would guess right now Elytra's probably buried in some kind of research for some either computer project or special interest project that researching bugs and what maybe her next requisition from Tab is this going to be.
All right.
Or Spider Silk, because there are 2 teammates that she's taking an affront to the textiles on that costume.
I do love that it's specifically the boys of the team that you're like, what the hell? Seems fitting somehow.
Yes.
I'm poor.
It's made of regular superhero spandex. Did he maybe buy it at a discount store? Who's to say?
Just the spirit Halloween.
It would not be Spirit Halloween. It'd be a little more durable than that, but you're maybe not too far off. But I would say, even with the sort of like brickstone construction of the building, Delphi's voice, just because of how like physically big she is, projects through the building. So you would probably hear her say, "Welcome to Delphi's Deli. Mr. Princewell, it's good to see you. And you hear like a shuffle of voices. And as she says that, you suddenly remember that your sister's boyfriend did in fact ask for some aphids recently.
Oh crap! Do I have any? I think.
Would that be something you'd have on regular hand, or?
I mean, if he specifically asked, I probably would have a small. At least, would have tried to get that there. Have I?
All right, small tank.
Maybe have I forgotten them a little bit in my hyperfixation moments? Yes, but
the good news is aphids are rather self-sustaining.
Yeah,
you just kind of give them a leaf and they do their thing.
Have they spread to the various other terrariums in the area?
Absolutely.
So do they have to be kind of corralled back into their own? Yes.
I feel like an aphid infestation is why those bug charms were put on the door in the first place.
Probably. So she'll corral them into their individual container, and then notice like if there's any eggs that they've spread out into the other containers, she'll collect those and also put them in there.
All right.
So there's no further infestation.
Well, as you're collecting, you hear knock, knock, knock at the door.
She'll yell, "Come in!"
And peeking his head around is an NPC that we sort of co-designed here.
Yes.
As Altair Princewell is a dark-skinned man with round, silvery glasses. Has very, like, nice nerd energy. He's kind of tall, kind of thin. But, like, with muscular, so, like, very endomorph, if I had to give any sort of description. Like, he just doesn't really bulk. Just sort of a naturally skinny person. And he's wearing, like, a, he's wearing, like, a sweater vest, even in summer. Because he's just...
Man!
unbelievably a nerd. And I would say, currently he is rocking, we'll say a few daisies in his hair. And he sort of peeks his head in. Hey, Victoria.
Hey!
Here
Come to pick up your aphids?
Yeah.
It got a little out of control. Give me a sec.
Yep, sure. Can I... He sort of, like, motions to, like, come in.
Sure, it's fine. It's mainly Robin just doesn't like the bugs getting out more so than anyone else coming in.
Yeah, I know. And he sort of slips in, closes the door behind him,
Yep.
Sees one of the butterfly enclosures. Do you mind if I... Sort of, like, wiggles fingers?
Go ahead.
And he'll wave a hand, and apropos of nothing, a series of wildflowers blooms in one of the butterfly tanks.
I'm sure they'll very much appreciate that. Does she start to put, like, is she even aware that, like, he as a superhero? No. It's just, he does this nice stuff for me. I'm not gonna out him in any way, shape, or form.
Sort of absentmindedly, he, like, has a little bit of ivy, like, growing your bedpost a little bit. Bloom, like, some purple flowers. So, how you been?
Work at the lab's picked up a little bit. We got some interesting new bug problems that came through and research, so been spending a bit more time over there.
Bug problems. Got too
Well,
many legs or something?
No, that would be interesting, but no, spider silk mainly. Trying to figure out a better reinforcement and see if there's applications to a grander scale.
Interesting.
It's that high tensile strength. It's better than Kevlar if you put it if you were to scale it up.
I mean, I think you could do something similar with plant fibers.
One day I will have you test that out. I
Just
don't know
saying.
where we can find a ballistics lab, but we can test that out at some
Oh,
point.
there's got to be one in this city.
Well, yes. But I don't think I have access to one. I just have the lab.
Mm-hmm. But you've been good with everything going on?
What do you mean, everything going on? I mean, I've been pretty normal overall.
Yeah. I just, it's college. College is a busy time. And he sort of, like, tries to lean on a desk and, like, catches some papers and just sort of...
She smirks a little bit, but does have the courtesy not to laugh at him. I mean, he knows her well enough that he knows she's hiding stuff, but
Yeah.
she's like, yeah, I've even made a couple friends and in my classes and whatnot. We hang out every once in a while.
Oh, that's great. Friends are great. And you see that he's again waving his hand, and there's, like, that Ivy is now picking up the papers and putting them back. Yeah, it's great to have friends. You like your friends? You're good friends?
I mean, I'm starting to get to know them. I like them more than I like most people, so there's that at least.
Yeah.
One of them
I
makes
mean-
really weird pizzas. Like chocolate on pizza. But it was questionable.
Something tells me that's not vegan.
No. I mean, it also had crickets.
Ew.
Crickets were okay. The chocolate was the issue.
But crickets on pizza?
Crickets, they're the protein of the future.
My money's still on beans.
You know what? You do you.
That's right.
I think she pats him on the back and she's like, you tried very hard. I'm so proud of you.
Sort of just smiles a little bit. I do hate to rush you, but I kind of need those aphids. I gotta get to work.
Oh, yeah, of course. Good luck with whatever aphid-related project you have.
Yeah, aphid-related project. It's the project with the aphids. Yeah.
You'll have to let me know how it turns out. I want to see anything before you publish it.
You will be the first to know. And you hear his phone buzz. Oh, yeah, I gotta get going. Catch you for dinner?
Yeah, sure. Where are we at?
I think we're just in for the night. Ask your sister.
Yeah, okay.
And he starts shuffling out. And then your phone buzzes.
I check it out.
And as opposed to a direct call to the base, it is a message from Tabs.
Okay.
Are you available?
I respond with, I can be. Do you need me somewhere ASAP, or do you need me in a private room?
New lead on prison truck hijackings. Meet at Misfit Base.
I shall respond with K and then grab her bag and rush out, probably past Altair, and just be like, meeting up with friends, new pizza idea, and then bolt down the stairs. See you later.
Okay, see ya.
Good luck with the aphids.
Yeah, of course.
And starts heading to the base. She'll find a semi-secret area that Tabs has probably indicated on the phone to change into her suit and take
Of
off
course.
from there.
Tabs knows all the great places to change.
Yeah.
Does this mean that she watches them all? Potentially. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, Tabs already knows way too much about me. I don't care.
So yeah, you all get changed in your various costumes and fashions, and eventually meet at the McPherson house. Which, Jenna, I forgot to have you describe Neko, so you vaguely described the outside of the McPherson home.
Yeah, it's
in the
just
first
like a
session.
simple it's a simple townhome in the International District. It has a neat manicured garden. And yeah, like the door is red and it's all brick, so it looks pretty non-conspicuous from the outside. Just a normal family home. No, nothing weird in the basement here. I mean, it's not a secret that her parents are superheroes and that she's a superhero, but you know, they don't live in like a super ritzy glitz and glam. It's a respectable townhome. With a
True.
crazy basement that somehow Skater Boy had built underground. Who knows?
Might have just come with the house.
Not Mia. Mia has no fucking clue. She's just like, whatever.
Now, obviously, you're at the home, but I would extend a question to everyone else. How exactly are you getting to the McPherson house?
I mean, after Elytra changes, she's flying for, like...
Just flying in costume?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure, Sam.
Yeah.
Wait, Silver Phantom
sir?
can fly?
No.
This is not that power
Look,
you
I went
have.
from being the most powered person to the least powered person. It's a terrible adjustment.
He's like, Maria either plays a really, really powerful dissociated women or useless golden retriever men.
Yeah,
who
that's
knows?
really about it. I would imagine Tabs lines up a route that's the fastest. I'm guessing because he's just gonna assume Tabs knows he doesn't have a car, and will
Safe
Is
plan
Mia
accordingly.
the only one that has a car in this crew?
Quite possibly.
Oh my
Toph
god.
has a bike.
I have a scooter. I have a moped.
Oh, a scooter. Sorry, I'm gonna pester the city for
I want a bike.
a something.
Why?
Well, maybe if I ask Tabs, then I'll get one. Super
Mom,
Mom for
can I
Christmas.
have a bike?
I
For
want a
Christmas, everybody
motorcycle.
needs motorcycles. We're starting again.
Getting another gang. Take the quickest route Tab suggests at some point. Stop somewhere to change.
Alright. She probably even has that pre-programmed in the route for you. Though, it's worth noting, public transport is in a little bit of chaos right now, and has been for like a few years at this point, because some genius in Future Valley decided to replace the public transport system with the Amtran, which ostensibly should be much better than even trains, and replace like cars and buses and all that. Problem is they can't get the damn thing to work half the time. So Tabs gives you a route, and then the Amtran breaks down halfway along the way, has to give you another route, and it breaks down during that as well. And eventually you do get there, probably on foot. So, yeah, it's not exactly easy using public transportation right now. Just ongoing civic nonsense.
Supposed to
So
give me a supercar. Where's my supercar? Government?
Gloria, are you also taking public transportation?
I'd say she's not great at this yet, but she's going to fly at least part of the way there. Light construct wings, baby.
I was about to say, it's probably more of like a Superman leap tall building sort of deal where like you can get a good flap out of it, and then it's like I have no clue how to actually like maneuver.
Pretty much. She's working on it, but it's not there yet.
Fair enough.
Thankfully, with superhuman strength, she could just yeet herself into the air and glide for a little while.
True. This is true.
She's practicing, but yeah, it's not quite working out for her yet.
Not perfect yet.
No.
And Thoth, are you showing up on the bike or the
No.
moped?
I will find an alley or somewhere like several blocks away where I can stow the moped. Also get changed, which is basically just taking off the baseball cap, putting on the bandana and the leather jacket.
So do you still have the Joey's Pizza shirt?
No, I take off the Joey's Pizza shirt. So it's like I probably take off the Joey's Pizza shirt and there's just the white undershirt underneath, and then I put on my leather jacket.
Stylish.
Yeah. Have a little bit of hat hair. It's fine. I'll just
All right.
jog the remaining blocks to the house.
So I believe this means that the two female members of your team, Mia, come dropping out of the sky all badass. The two male members start jogging up.
Silver Phantom and I just meet up coming from the same direction. It's like, hey.
I think Mia just opens the door and she's got like a plate of snacks. I think she's made cookies. And she's just like, cookie?
Water?
Oh, yeah, I can get water.
It's a long walk.
She just hands you the plate of cookies and goes to grab bottles of water for everybody.
Not today.
Why is it
She
so
is not
hot?
in costume yet because she's got a magical girl transformation that is important that she do in a dramatic fashion. So
We also are in her house. We know what she looks like.
I mean, arguably, you also know what I look like, but I figured flying is probably needs to be a little
Transportation.
more conspicuous. Touch.
So she's just like, okay, should we go in the basement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And as you all come down, you all immediately notice the TV is already on. Which is a little weird.
Hi, Tabs.
Does TVs just do that?
That's like super invasive a little bit. Like, Tabs, you could knock first. Thank you.
And the static on the screen slowly resolves into a humanoid face. Tabs is not human.
This is some Max Headroom shit.
Kinda. It is sort of a 3D model-esque looking depiction of her, with sort of the sleek metallic detailed with the various lights and circuitry that do compose Tabs. As she responds to Mia through the speaker system, apologies, I will request access in the future. Welcome, Misfits. She sort of, like, waits for you all to, like, sit down or get comfortable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pops into the beanbag.
I think Elytra is perched more so than fully comfortable on a chair.
Fair enough. Once everyone is settled in, the screen changes from her quote-unquote face into what appears to be security camera footage. 3 days ago, White Rhino engaged the saboteurs that have been attacking the recent prison transports. And on the camera, you do see the hero White Rhino as he appears to have been on the scene for something similar to what you guys first encountered, with the 4 supermobiles latching onto the wheels of a prison transport truck. In this case, they flipped it onto its side, and a fair few people actually managed to get out. Though White Rhino, as you watch the footage, manages to intercept one of the vehicles and manages to take a glancing blow off of a green one. While White Rhino was unable to stop the attackers, he did manage to damage one of their vehicles. And the camera sort of like enhances in on a piece of the body of the vehicle that was stuck to White Rhino's horn. Analysis confirms high technology composition of vehicles. This is unusual for most vehicle enthusiasts in San Sebastián. Furthermore, serial number on sighting has confirmed ownership of vehicles as belonging to local car manufacturer. And a logo flashes up. It's very old school style. All of you like get that vibe immediately. The primary icon of it is just sort of this like simple cartoon man in overalls and a blue hat with a wrench doing the sort of like thumbs up thing. And the letters around it spell out Carbone Cars. That's Carbone, cars.
They're boning the cars?
It is pronounced Carbone. I understand that it is Spanish in
Name
origin.
the cars?
Carbone.
It's fine.
Fine.
Anyways.
Continuing.
Sorry, I don't think that AI overlord gets your sense of humor.
I was fully saying that as me, not as Glory. So,
Oh.
whatever. Because I have a deeply inappropriate sense of humor.
Same.
Love that for you.
No, that's all right. I chose this name because I was like, yeah, this might get a chuckle.
Yep.
Okay. Set us up knowing how immature we all are.
Yep.
Yep.
It's called playing to your audience. Carbone Cars has been one of the foremost manufacturers of supermobiles within the past 100 years. They began production during World War II and have since been providing equipment to the local superhero community. As of recently, their funds have decreased due to lack of interest in supermobiles. There is reason to suspect that this recent string of criminal activity is somehow linked to them, given the presence of Carbone vehicles. Your team's mission is to investigate Carbone Cars and determine if there is a connection between the recent attacks and this proprietor. Please use discretion if at all possible. Carbone Cars assisted the Ultras during the Zoo War and is considered a friend of the team.
Why has interest in wait, sorry, above the table, is it super bikes? I spaced out. Or super vehicles? Supermobiles, sorry. Why has interest in supermobiles decreased?
Reasons are currently unknown, but suspected reasons include worries of environmental impact, reduced access to high-tech technology, and, quote, they are no longer cool.
Well, fair enough.
That would be so cool if I had a supercar or a super bike, because walking is really hard.
Called. I would have picked you up.
A hike across town.
I have a car.
Maybe we need
I
a
could throw you
carpool
across
spot.
town.
I'm also really
Yeah, across
fast,
town.
but that's beyond the point.
I don't trust your ability to land without breaking your bones, though.
I don't either. Maybe we should set up a carpool point and we can just meet there and carpool.
Well, I live here, but I could just
Whoa.
pick you up. If you need to not let me know where you live, then you could pick a spot and I could pick you up there.
Yeah,
Projecting
'cause-
acceptable car.
I have a
points.
RAV4 in the garage.
Thank you, Tao.
Those are ancient.
Well, they might be making new ones.
It's a hybrid.
Toyota still makes those.
The collector's
think.
model.
If you intend to use civilian vehicle, please do not involve civilian vehicle in superhuman activities.
She's
That's
got a
fair.
point.
Are you saying that I gotta get a supermobile?
She's just quiet.
I don't know. My dad skateboards everywhere and my mom flies, so I don't.
Can you flip?
Me?
I'll get skateboards.
I
We
can't
could all get
fly.
skateboards.
You could ask my dad. He's got some pretty badass skateboard models. I already have a skateboard, but he has some like that have motors and shit. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was
We-
thinking. Maybe
we
like
could
electric
enhance
skateboards.
Skateboards.
did we just start a skateboarding gang?
Yes.
Well, we got
We've moved
rocket-
on from
this is just rocket
motorcycles.
power.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is Ian's brother's dream. He's never been prouder of her starting a super skateboard gang.
He's just over on the other side of the basement, shedding one single tear.
Yes.
We don't even know
No,
he's
I
there.
could totally ask my dad. I'm pretty sure he has like some designs and like he can get us free models probably. He designs them for a company or something. I don't really pay attention to all that, but I'll just ask him. He could probably get us skateboards that could get you from point A to point B in a less exhausting and slow fashion.
I might be able to enhance them a little bit. With enough
Glory,
time.
but Glory fly. Who needs a skateboard? Just raise your hand if you need
The
a skateboard.
boys.
Just the boys. Okay.
Oh yeah.
The boys.
We need skateboards. We need
Got it.
spider silk.
The boys are needy.
We need help.
They do need help.
Elytra was the one who volunteered to chose to start making
No,
us
she
costumes.
forced you.
Elected.
It was
Yeah.
not even. It was against your will. She didn't
It
give
wasn't
you an
really.
option.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
really a
there
discussion.
was no choice there.
There was not a discussion. It was like
So you
just
can't blame us for something she's choosing to do.
There was.
okay. So I'm gonna get you 2 skateboards from my dad. Got it. Then Tabs will be super happy because we won't need to use my RAV4 to get us around.
Or public transport.
Or public transport, which is
A bunch of
super
superheroes
awkward.
on the
We're all
subway.
sitting on the subway.
That's not an uncommon occurrence in this city, I will note. Especially if you're a low power hero. Sometimes you just gotta take the
funny,
train.
though. It's so funny. All right. Anyways, yeah, no, I think that we can make that happen, but probably not until he gets home and like probably has to make a few calls. But I'll text him. Mia just
If you
starts
intend
texting her dad
to
about
use the resources of Hero Skater Boy, please ensure that all vehicles are applicable to safety code 77917-47A.
She knows my dad too well.
Yo, she knows me too well.
Correct.
You're not getting a skateboard, so it's not a problem, right?
She's modifying them.
Right, Tabs? Oh, you want to modify them more than my dad's. They're already modified.
There's some
How do you
fun
modify a
stuff we
skateboard?
could
You just
add.
put like bigger wheels on it?
No,
Sure, let's go with that.
it's like one of those like scooter things that are like electric, but like, well, it's like a hoverboard but faster and with wheels.
It beats walking and taking buses to get here.
Yes.
Buses. Multiple buses.
Again, I could pick you up, but we'll get you skateboards. Multiple bus. You took multiple buses?
It was the
goodness.
fastest route.
No wonder you took so long to get here. That tracks.
Let's
All right.
avoid buses from now on.
Tabs, can you remind me how it was figured out that Carbona Cars was connected to these?
Screen again
hijackers?
changes to the piece of sheared off body from the green supermobile. Because it's really the only descriptor you can give to them is their colors. They don't really have any markings otherwise. And it sort of goes through like a forensic series of photos of it until it eventually stops on a photo of a like half scored off serial number on the inside of the plate. Serial number connected to manufacturer used by Carbone Cars. Consistent with recent order that to current public record has not been received.
Who ordered it?
Carbone Cars.
Who do they order from?
She displays a list of about 30 or so different manufacturers.
Which of those would reasonably manufacture car bodies?
Sort of like a little thinking. To specifications of this particular piece, there would be only one choice. And it displays the logo for Gold Manufacturing, spelled G-O-U-L-D. This is another famous name. This one you all have probably heard of before, as this is the company started by the original member of the Gold Legacy, whose membership still sits on the Ultras today.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
You said there were two?
No, it was Gold.
Okay. And the order from Carbone that they placed with Gold was never reported as delivered?
Correct. Part was manufactured in Pittsburgh, but never arrived at the city.
When was it ordered?
There's sort of like a thinking as she's like going through files. Ordered July 1st, 2049.
Month ago.
Okay.
So we gotta find the stuff.
Were
You gotta
any
find-
shipments from Pittsburgh reported as hijacked in that time? Or from the surrounding areas?
No reports consistent with such description in public record.
How often does Carbone order from them?
Again, a little thinking, and then like a whole bunch of invoices sort of pop up on the screen. Regular orders are done 2 to 3 months.
So,
How many of those have arrived?
All of them flash green except the one in July.
There was more than one car. So, there's more going on here.
More than one vehicle ordered with each invoice.
Does it say how many were ordered in each invoice then?
The invoices sort of like expand on the screen, and pictures of various supermobiles start flashing by, of assorted designs and we'll say stylistic choice. Let's just say one of them resembles the dog car from Dumb and Dumber, and you all sort of simultaneously have a moment of, who the hell ordered that?
Someone needs a PR person.
Number of vehicles varies from invoice to invoice, though has been steadily decreasing over time. Most recent order was for 4 vehicles.
Is this the one that went missing?
Correct.
Do you have pictures of the original vehicles?
Since order was not received, no visual entry has been made into public record.
Smart.
Who ordered them?
Carbonet cars.
They ordered from Pittsburgh. They never got their shipment.
Ah.
Precisely.
There were 4 cars that attacked the prison truck. I think that's what we're looking for.
Uh-huh.
The only 2 names we have are both highly associated with the Ultras.
The only what?
Yeah.
The shipment from Pittsburgh was going to Carbonate to go to the Golds.
Oh.
Correct?
Shit.
No, it was from
The
Gold
Golds have the
Manufacturing.
manufacturing
Oh,
place
okay.
that builds
Yeah.
the car bodies.
Mhm.
Got
Okay.
it.
The Carbonet ordered the cars.
Do we know who
Does
they
it-
ordered them for?
Recipient of vehicles unknown.
Okay. Maybe we should just go to Carbonate and ask them.
That would
Maybe
be
something a little
advisable.
less direct.
Okay, like maybe we could go there and some of us could really fast steal some of their records
Nope.
while other people distract them.
Please
Or-
avoid breaking the law in pursuit of justice.
Or just look at the records really fast.
Please avoid breaking the law in pursuit of justice.
Absolutely. We'll do that,
Yeah.
Tabs. Thanks for keeping tabs on us.
You are welcome.
Presumably, car manufacturer would have some sort of body shop or warehouse, right?
I would assume.
They gotta
Correct.
put them together somewhere.
So if
And
we
a map
can't-
of San Sebastian pops up and then zooms in. Carbonate is located in historic San Sebastian.
How about I
And
just
the
flirt with one of
address
the
will appear on
employees for the
screen.
information then? Is that against the rules, Tabs?
No response.
I'll flirt with one of the employees for the information.
If they know.
It might not know.
No
It's worth
what?
a try.
At least
Well,
I'm
what are
not
you gonna
breaking any
ask?
laws. The worst thing that happens is that it's
They don't
weird.
tell us, yeah.
It's awkward.
Anything around the
You
warehouse?
guys can like look around
Mhm.
while I mean, not break
Yeah.
any laws, Tabs, but look around while I flirt with the people.
I'm sure there's plenty of bugs in warehouses like that.
Do some
I mean,
sleuthing.
and I don't have to go in mass. Everybody knows I'm a super already, and I'm already, like, you know what I'm saying? So I can just go in as Mia, who's also Heavenly Katana, and ask the questions.
If I may make a suggestion, a possible cover story could be ordering vehicle for parents.
Well, fuck. I'm gonna get in so much trouble putting shit on their credit. Fuck it.
You don't have to
whatever.
order it. They can give you all this information, and you can be like, "Okay, let me
Oh
tell
yeah,
my parents."
that's a good idea. I could say that I'm
You're
getting.
just gonna buy a car
Say it's
for
a
an
consultation.
investigation?
Yeah.
I've got a good idea. Let's bring Grandma.
I mean,
Why?
And say the car's for her.
Is she legally allowed to drive?
She
she
she only
Is she alive?
She might be able to scare them into telling us what it
She's
is.
not a ghost, right?
How's her eyesight?
Huh?
She's not a ghost.
She just appears in like any room.
She's a 65-year-old woman. She can drive still.
Fortune Fox. Real name, Katana Hiramoto. Driver's license, valid.
Yeah. And she just got a bunch of money off of something that somebody keeps
That's-
bringing her.
I don't
Anyways,
know anything about that. She's a ghost.
she could buy a car. She actually, weirdly enough, Grandma has a decent amount of money. And I bet she's not doing anything better right now.
If
She's
we're
also
doing this,
really
you're
lucky at-
interfacing with her.
Tess, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Plus, she'd probably love to come cause chaos with us.
She probably will stumble upon that information for us. But
Will she tell us? Maybe if we buy her some lotto tickets.
if we answer her some riddles or buy her lotto tickets. Weird, obscure Japanese riddles. Yeah. I'll
She
just go.
just
I'll
gives us a Sudoku book to solve.
Oh, no. My
Don't tempt me.
nemesis. Numbers.
We're all too gay for
As
this.
the gays, this is our mortal enemy.
This is our biggest weakness. Numbers.
If it's any consolation, I can't figure out Sudoku either.
Oh, I love Sudoku.
Oh, I can do
I love
Sudokus.
Sudoku.
Yeah.
I'm really good at it.
Yeah.
It's
Bad
not
at
'cause
math,
It's
good at
because it's not
Sudoku.
actually
Melts
math.
my
It's a
brain.
puzzle, but
It's just
Number
patterns.
puzzles.
yeah, it's
You can do the same
patterns.
thing with like colors.
Yeah, you can do
Like-
it with colors or letters or whatever. You know,
I
you
get
can
the
replace
adding
it.
function does play a part, I suppose. But
I mean, it all adds up to the same, so it's
you
reasonable.
gotta add the colors.
You gotta add the color. That's how the gays would do it. That's
That's
how the
not we
gays
ended
would
up
do
with
it.
the pride flag.
What
just
would the
added the
gays
colours.
do? We're just WWTGD.
We're getting off.
What would the gays do? Anyways, I'll go wake her up and we can like ask her. She'll probably buy a car. She's kind of just looking for things to do right now. She gets a little bored, so they won't let her go to the casino, so
She's a ghost.
she's not a she's not a
I'm just
ghost.
making sure. She just appears in rooms sometimes.
Miss
Oh,
Hikarimoto
yeah.
is banned from the following casinos. And a list like 100 entries wrong starts like
In
flying
different
down the
states,
screen.
in different countries.
Don't ask me how she got her money.
She is basically
Alright.
banned from the state of Nevada.
Yeah. The entire
Yes.
state doesn't let her in.
Much for taking grandma to Vegas for my 21st.
Atlantic City, banned.
Banned. That's okay. No one wants to go to Atlantic City anyway.
That's fair. All right. I'll go wake her up. She just kind of bounces up the stairs.
What's the plan on getting there?
Processing the route.
Given
That, I guess.
Yeah.
And Tabs will
Carry the
display.
boys.
Tabs will display like a little bus route trace
The
to the
bus.
store.
oh, sure.
The bigger limo, right?
Sure. With people
Um,
you don't know on it.
Party
And
bus.
with very few characteristics of a limo.
It's long.
That's what she said.
That's true.
And Mia just goes up and she just gently will she's actually gonna her grandma's like laying on the couch, so she goes around the backside of the couch because she thinks it's funny, and then she just kind of like shakes her grandma and then she hides behind the couch really quick.
Is that
But fittingly for your grandmother, she immediately knows to
That's just
Look
a
over.
grandma ability. That's got
He's
nothing to
found
do
me.
with superhero powers.
Hey,
You want to help us with the
Yeah.
mission, Grandma? Are you busy? We need you to
Mission,
pretend that you're gonna buy a or actually buy it if you want a supermobile. I don't know. I know you don't really super anymore, but like, we need to figure something out at the Carbone, the Carbone
Carbonate?
place.
Yeah, I remember that place.
Yeah, we need to figure
The guy who
out.
owned it 30 years ago was a dick.
Oh yeah, who owned it?
Start with an R. It was like
Richard.
Ronnie.
Oh, he was literally a dick.
You know what? Sure, we'll go with Richard.
Richard. Oh, okay. Yeah. Did he sell it? Does he still own it?
What time is it?
What time is it?
Time to buy a car.
It's like, I'd say at this point it's like a little afternoonish. 1 or 2
Uh-huh.
o'clock.
Okay.
Do you know how long this is gonna take? I got a Mahjong tournament tonight.
Maybe like 2 hours tops. You won't be expected to do any like fighting or sleuthing. I mean, like if you want to sleuth. There's 4 cars that went missing, so. And we're trying to figure out where and why.
Alright.
Okay.
Rest.
Do you want to drive? I have a feeling that some of them can't get there very fast, and I was told I can't take the RAV4, so
I'll drive.
AI supermom
Be less
problems.
traffic that way.
Great. Wait, your car's not a civilian car, is it? I don't know. Whatever. Let's not tell Tabs. Well, Tabs will know. Fuck.
God.
You have a phone on you, don't you? Tabs is in the phone. Tabs is the phone.
Not Mia contemplating high velocity running to the ocean and just chucking the phone in. She's in
You can
every
do that if you
phone.
want to, but
It's every phone. It's everything with technology. She's everywhere.
this is the future, so there's technology in everything.
I will pay extra for a stupid fridge.
We laugh now. That might be the case in 20 years.
No, that's
Okay.
already the case in many cases.
Yeah, I need a stupid fridge, not a smart one. A stupid.
My fridge does not need to connect to the internet.
No,
Which
I don't
is,
need to
like-
be able to Google things on my fridge.
Bananas, because some places in rural America still don't have internet.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, rural Wisconsin just got 4G. Like, I don't know, like
Friend's house still
7
doesn't have
years ago or
internet.
something. And like, I remember because I had to drive out to rural Wisconsin, and it was like, what? Why do I not have? I can't nowhere. What?
I think part of where I drove through in Wisconsin lost data for a minute.
Yeah. Uh huh.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds very right.
Actually, yes.
Well, as Grandma is getting ready to head out here, do you all have any other questions for Tabs about the mission?
Who currently owns Carbone cars?
Oh yeah, I guess some basic information about the carboners.
Some guy that's a dick.
No, that was 30 years ago.
That was the
Oh,
last
some guy that's a dick used to own it. Also named Richard.
Reed Richards.
Richard Carbone, imprisoned for tax fraud. Founder of Carbone Cars, Columbus Carbone. Spanish immigrant. Early 1600s.
He's lived a long time.
Age unknown. Records scarce.
Huh.
Current owner of Carbone Cars. Where did I put the name?
For a second, I thought that was a guy who's 4,000 years old or 400
No,
years
no,
old.
no.
I mean, he might still own it under like a pseudonym and a.
Wait, is he still in prison after 30 years for tax fraud?
If the tax fraud was big enough.
In this universe, did the working class actually rise up against
Against the
Neither confirm or
IRS?
deny.
against the IRS? Make them a serious crime? They actually started having real consequences? What?
Is
I pay
Columbus
my
a
taxes.
vampire? I feel like Columbus is a vampire. But it's
Not a bad guess.
Current owner of Carbonet Cars, Walter Carbonet.
What's his relation to Richard, if any?
Does he look the same as Richard?
And she'll actually bring up like pictures of the family. It's a pretty extensive family history. Looks like Columbus was at one point a vampire, got killed by a monster hunter at some point. But his family has been running the place for a number of years.
Is there a relation between Walter and Richard then?
Yes. It turns out that Walter is Richard's younger brother. Looks like he took over the business after Richard was imprisoned.
Possible vampire. Writes down on a pink notebook with a scented pink
They
pen.
don't. They have a familial
Scented.
resemblance. They do not look the same.
It
How
is scented.
Not stopping her.
Nope. How long has Carbones been in decline?
There is another bit of like bloating.
You know, ever since the superheroes had their kind of like
Just wondering if it corresponds
eco
to
movement, I feel like everybody's been taking public transportation or like finding other ways to get around.
That's exhausting.
Accounting for inflation, decline began shortly after the 2010s.
I would also guess like manufacturing prices
So
skyrocketed.
potentially roughly when Richard went into processing.
Unclear. Richard Carbone cited a decrease in business as reason for needing to increase funds.
Your tax fraud.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason why they don't have money isn't really that big of a problem. We're not trying to
Well,
solve that.
No, but it could
It might be related.
related.
Huh.
Especially if they made contacts in the 2010s.
Or if
But-
they're missing money because they're in debt to someone.
Mm-hmm.
How long have they been working with the Golds? Buying parts from them.
Original partnership with Golds began in 1983.
Jeez. Like almost 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Grandma's gonna drive us. Just so you guys know.
If you stink up my car again, Pizza Boy, I'm gonna be pissed.
Oh, wait. He rifles through his backpack and gets out the scratchers.
I imagine that she takes us in a minivan and it's hilarious.
I didn't bring any pizza with me.
Oh,
can
I'm
still
kind of
smell
hungry
it.
after that jog.
You just had cookies.
Yeah, that's not like sustainable though, you know?
I'm bringing snacks.
Oh, okay.
Grandma's got snacks, don't worry.
Tip the sun visor down and stick some of the scratchers in there.
Put them in your belt so she can pull them out like ones.
I know, I'm gonna
Oh my
hide
God.
them 'cause it is forbidden to bring the scratchers into the house. They have to be hidden for her to find.
Scavenger hunt.
She'll
them-
find them. She's luck
Leave them in the car.
manipulation.
Yeah, she finds everything.
Yeah, stick 'em in the
You can
sun
just sniff
visor.
them out.
No, we just have to make sure Mom doesn't find out
Yeah.
what the scratchers are.
They're in her car. I don't know how they got there.
Yeah, it wasn't our fault.
Does Mia cash them in for Grandma? Maybe. Me,
Just-
me and
If you
Nico.
don't, Neko does.
Neko,
'Cause
Neko
Neko
and
thinks it's
Mia end
hilarious.
up doing it.
The
Yes.
grandkids do it because they're the grandkids and they do everything grandma says.
They also
Everyone
get a cut.
else is in on it because she's terrifying.
Hell yeah.
Yep. I don't know. I think it's hilarious that you guys think grandma's more scary than her mom, because her mom's like
To be fair, we haven't had too much interaction with the mom yet.
mom's
We'll get there.
she's tightly wound. It's needless to say.
No, luck manipulation is terrifying though.
What
It is,
look,
no, power wise, grandma's
when,
definitely
like
more
a
scary.
4-something old lady just keeps popping into rooms you're walking into.
She looks like she's 40. She's 65, but she looks like she's 40. But she does wear old lady clothes, so, and acts like an old lady, so it gets a little weird.
Terrifying.
Yeah. Really trips people up. We just tell her and she's got really good skincare.
Alright. Well, do you guys not have any other questions for Tabs?
Mm-mm.
Not at the moment.
Alright. Well, unless you guys have a set scene in mind, we can have you all pile into the minivan
Mhm.
and drive out to Carbonate Cars.
Mhm.
And I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to take a little bit of a break, just so we can
Ooh.
refill on water here.
Alrighty.
I want to make popcorn.
Sounds good. Also valid.
We will be back here in 10 minutes.
Except boring.
Okay, we're back.
Mhm.
Oh.
Hey.
Apologies, I had to ruin my aesthetic because I could not see anything to write anything down.
I mean,
That's
fair.
not changed. Well, you don't have your jacket on.
Yeah, I just stripped out of my jacket. I was like, I'm getting too hot.
I will say you now have a convincing gender bent Beetlejuice look going on
That
with that
is-
striped shirt.
Yeah, that is true.
Alright. So, you all travel into historic San Sebastian, which
No, that's not
for...
yours.
I thought you were telling me no for a second. I was
No,
like,
we don't.
That's what I also
I
thought.
put it down and he immediately tries to take my pen. Rude.
Captain,
put
we
it down
love
just-
you. The little
No.
pen thief.
Little brat.
He is a brat. He's a cat.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Mhm.
And for the sake of our audience, historic San Sebastian is a bit less future tech than the rest of the city. It's the one part of the city that was not destroyed during an event called the Zoo War. And as a result, it's got a bit more of a classic brickstone city feel to it. Still has gas stations, if you can believe it.
Wow.
Well, in this day and age, I feel like gas stations would probably be a rarity at the rate we're trying to replace everything with electric vehicles.
Mhm.
All the gas stations just charging stations.
Mhm.
Basically, with more snacks and stuff.
Yep.
But with direction from Tabs, you all eventually roll up to Carbonate Cars. It's a little hard to find at first because, first thing you learn about this place, it's pretty small.
Weird.
It's like, it looks like a, how do I put this? Have you ever been to like a small town mechanic where it's just like there's the one office, like little cube, and then it's
Mhm.
just like this brick that's like the garage?
Yep.
Like it's pretty much just that. And even then, it's in a fair bit of disrepair. It's got like rust on the doors, the bricks haven't been cleaned recently. And as you pass by one of the outer walls, someone has put up some graffiti, quite illustratively detailing the phrase carbone.
Carbone.
Like the pasta, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what they named it after? The pasta.
Carbone ra.
That's
and
not.
there-
You don't put pasta in the in that part of the car. Just saying.
Is part of a car you're supposed to put pasta in?
No.
Roxy?
Possible.
Front seat, so you can eat it while you drive.
In the glove box.
Oh my god.
Where would the
Obviously.
DeMarcos put the pasta? Everywhere.
And there is a sign above the office door that says Carbonate Cars on it. It's not currently lit, and it's pretty dusty. Got like some of the brown weathering on it. And as you guys roll up, you don't really see any signs of life. Seems to be
We
dark.
sure this is it?
Grandma,
Is
is
there signage
this,
anywhere?
this is it, right?
Matches the address that you all received on your phones.
Cabs. Are they in business during these hours?
Little message pops up on all your phones in like the team group chat. Confirmed hours online do show that business should be operational at this time.
Let's go.
Maybe they're on lunch or
Tabs.
something.
Is it daytime?
Could you?
What time
At
of day
this
is it?
point, mid-afternoon, I'd say at this point. Took a bit of driving to get here.
Tabs, could you provide satellite data in the form of one snapshot per year for the last 10 years of this location?
Badoop, potentially. Badoop would need to submit government request.
Just slip out
How
the back of the
about-
car.
We'll keep looking here, submit the request.
Badoop, submitting request. Badoop,
What are you thinking? Like
current
this place is
expected time for response. Badoop, 2 days.
Worst comes to worst.
fast for government.
Crow, Electra's gonna start feeling out for bugs in the building.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, Thoth, what'd you say?
Then I'm gonna slip out of the back of the car.
Okay. Easy enough to do.
Glory's also getting out.
And Grandma sort of like looks at the place, then looks to you, Mia.
We're going in the front.
This place is a dump.
Yeah, I know. You don't actually have to buy a car if you don't want to, Grandma.
I could buy a
You can
car
just
if I
get-
want to.
I don't think they sell cars.
I think they order them from elsewhere, so they're much nicer than like this place.
Maybe.
Some of them.
Let's go find out what they offer.
I don't think this is in legitimate operation anymore.
Yeah, Glory, what are you thinking with the satellite data? Like this isn't running and we want to see who's been showing up.
Indeed. I want to see what's going on with this whole thing. This doesn't look like it's an operation.
Yeah.
I want to know what they did with their shit, and I want to know who's been basically the state of the building for the last 10 years. What's happened?
Bro, am I getting anything from bugs? Like, am I getting any feedback?
You are getting some.
I have
Primary
them-
thing you're getting is ants.
Can I have the ants explore and send me what they're sensing?
Sure. Granted, ant eyesight is not fantastic in comparison to a lot of bugs.
That's what I have right now.
But their sense of smell is excellent.
Yeah.
That is true. And they are smelling food.
Okay.
Uh,
Is
fair
it
bit
us?
of...
Are we the food?
This is the pasta.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Snacks.
No. Eventually, Elytra, you would work out that there are ants in a break room. The light is on, and they appear to have snuck into a garbage can nearby and have been pilfering bits of trash out of it.
Elytra will relay that the break room light is on, and can I tell from the ants how fresh the food is?
I mean, it's garbage, but
Is
it's relatively
like-
recent.
So it's okay. So
Hmm.
it's not like
It's not
soup.
rotten.
okay.
Yeah.
And
It's not
there
garbage
is
soup.
fresh food in the garbage, so that means someone's been here recently.
Interesting. Okay, so I'd like to take a brief look around for actual mechanics tools to see if there's actually any of that here.
Okay. We'll get to that in a moment here. Thoth, you had slipped out of the car first. Where are you headed?
Round back.
Okay. The alleyway back there is a little narrow, but you can get down there easily enough. There is a back door. Though looking at it, it does not have a window, and there does appear to be a rather hefty lock set into it.
Like a lock set into doorknob or something like a padlock situation.
The doorknob itself.
Okay. Any other vent access or other windows back here?
There are a few vents, but they're up closer to the roof. You might need to climb if you're looking to get into one of those.
From I don't know if I'd be able to tell this from my vantage point, but would I be able to see if there could potentially be any skylights up there? Roof?
Hard to say, looks like no. I'll climb up and get closer to one of those vents. Okay. As you're climbing up, Glory. Are you looking around outside, or...
Okay, so just to clarify, there's a small cubey kind of office place, and then there's an enclosed garage, and we're surrounded by kind of dusty ass unkept areas.
Kind of.
How is this working?
It's like on a corner.
Mm.
And
Okay.
there's like a little bit of a parking area. Like, you could call it a lot, but it's like 3 spaces.
Okay. I assume the garage is closed.
Yes, everything looks like it's closed up.
How dirty are the windows?
They got some gack on them.
So I assume the garage is probably closed, locked from the inside. The padlock was on the back of the building that Thoth found?
Not a padlock, just a hefty door lock.
Okay. And what's going on with is there an entrance to the office thing on the front side, or is that just a back entrance?
No, there is a front entrance. There's like a glass window that leads into the office place. You can technically look into it, but the lights are off.
Hmm. I'll try the door, see if it's locked.
It is indeed locked, though, given your abilities, that doesn't necessarily mean it'll stop you.
We're gonna hold off on snapping the lock like a toothpick.
Fair enough.
Have we tried knocking on the door to see if anybody answers yet?
I was just gonna say that I can do that. Me and Grandma can.
Go for it.
Boom.
Glory will back off so she's out of sight because she's rather conspicuous.
Yeah, you guys are all in costume and
Oh yeah, that's
Grandma
right.
and
You
me are
change
just my mask is just regular face.
While that's happening, I actually do want to jump up onto the roof if possible.
Okay, easy enough to do for you. You probably encounter Thoth as he's finishing clambering up.
Could have given you a hand if you wanted. Though I don't know if you would have wanted.
I got it. It's fine.
Fair enough. Find anything interesting?
Locked door back here. Pretty thick lock. Couple vents.
Are the vents up here?
Yeah.
Above the table?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of tiny. Then again, did the lock look... That's fair. Well, let's try to do this legitimately first. Heavenly Katana is going to attempt to introduce herself. I'm gonna wait up here.
I am going to see if I can. I guess the vent covers. How do they look? Do they look pretty firm in place?
They look fairly rusted. They are relatively well bolted on, but you imagine, like, even without super strength, you could probably break these open if you wanted to.
Would that make a lot of noise?
Possibly.
What kind of bolts?
Like, usual screws. If you had a screwdriver, you could probably undo them.
I can make a screwdriver.
That is true.
She will straight up just summon a screwdriver. You want to try it?
Not exactly a screwdriver, it's like a glowing
If
screwdriver.
you-
It
If
is
you're
a glowing screwdriver.
Fuck yeah.
I will say I don't think she can actually hand it to him because she probably can't keep it generated when she doesn't. Actually, she might be able to. I remember originally we were talking about like Green Lantern-esque abilities, so that would technically work.
Probably just need to like concentrate a bit more on it when it's like out of your hands.
Fair enough. Well, she'll hand it to him and say, "Give it a shot," and focus on keeping it manifested.
I'll try it on the bolts.
Manifesting the screwdriver.
As you
You
all
will
are,
get this lock open.
as you all are doing some B&E, Silver Phantom, were you saying something?
Yeah, if Heavenly Katana's going to the front, I'm gonna go to the back and see if anybody's gonna try and run out that way.
Okay. And then, Elytra, were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, I would like to try and see if I can get a bug on anyone who's moving around in the building,
Okay.
just so I can trace steps or something.
Sort of like take control of one of the ants and start doing a little scouting.
Yeah, looking around.
Okay. We will pick up with that in just a moment here. Mia.
Hmm.
You and Grandma sort of walk up to the door.
Hmm.
She's sort of like looking around at the place, like, kid, this. No, I can't buy a car from this place.
You don't actually have to buy the car. We're just gonna go and act like it. But of course you can't buy a car here. You don't have enough money.
I could buy it if I wanted to, but
My God.
no. Someone who does not
Gremlin.
clean their business does not deserve my business. All right. You remember
Alright.
that too.
Okay.
Cleanliness is important.
You could buy me a car for my birthday.
I could. I won't.
Fair enough. All right. Just opens the door.
Well, she does reach for the handle, and what do you know? It's open for her.
I love it.
Fucking lady.
She jiggled it just right.
Yep.
The lock
Just
came
right.
undone. She did like the fawns with the door, though.
And she sort of opens it for you, Mia, and she says quietly, "Your mission. You first, kid."
All right. Mia is going to walk in.
It's quiet in here.
Mm-hmm.
Dark. Lights aren't on.
Oh, yeah. Mia's going to look for a light switch.
Easy enough to find. It's not exactly hidden.
Uh-huh.
You do pretty quickly realize, though, the desk of this place is covered in a fair bit of dust.
I don't think anybody's here, Grandma. Technically, we didn't break in. Tabs really can't be mad if it was unlocked.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be a public
Exactly.
business.
It's
So
supposed
she
to be
turns
open,
on the
right?
lights.
Alright. The lights flicker on. It's the usual, like, fluorescent.
Uh-huh.
And you can now see that there is a fair few posters on the wall depicting various supermobiles, some of which you actually do recognize from various historical stuff, including the original Ultramobile, which is currently in the Exonatural History Museum in San Sebastian. Like, that is a very famous car. And they're just, like, lining the walls, like, almost weirdly like an art gallery of sorts. But again, fairly dusty.
Okay. Mia's gonna zip around and look for clues.
Okay. Where are you checking in specific?
She's gonna go in fast mode and check everywhere that she can.
Well, in that case, Mia and the little ant probably locate the occupant of the building at about the same moment. As you both find, in the far back corner of the garage, there is indeed someone here. He is rail thin, short, with short cropped black hair, and sort of tanner skin that would indicate more of a Mexican heritage to him. He is hunched over a workbench with some sort of, like, engine-looking device. I don't know if either of you would necessarily know what exactly it is. But he appears to be putting it back together, taking it apart. A little unclear. Mostly because his hands are working very fast. Like, not superhumanly fast, but, like, it is working with an assurance that, like, he knows exactly what he is doing and does not need to, like, think about
Like
it.
a sniper can put it together a rifle and
Exactly.
methodically and half asleep.
But uniquely about this workbench is it's almost got, like, this halo around it, sort of like on the frame, with a whole bunch of different, like, traffic signs and, like, business advertisements. Like, these cast metal signs just sort of, like, nailed onto the bench.
Weird.
And, well, Elytra, your aunt, would not really arouse suspicion. Mia, you're fairly certain he would have heard you, but he does not really stop what he's doing.
Then she's gonna continue to lurk around in Phasmo.
Okay. You find the break room. Light is indeed on. And looking around in the office area, you do actually find a small cot, along with some clothes. That look like they have been used with some regularity.
She's gonna check the size. Do they look like they would fit the rail thin man?
Indeed they do. And man is a little bit of a strong term. He's probably closer to, like, 16, 17.
Oh. If he's 16 or 17, she's gonna go back and talk to him.
Okay.
Probably stupidly, she doesn't think that he's probably, like...
A vampire.
Yeah. Well, he definitely could be a vampire, but...
Can I get an ant
She
on
reckons
the
she's faster than a
sorry.
vampire.
Can I get
Go
an
ahead.
ant on this guy's body and then anything up on the roof? Can I spell out with the bugs, if there are bugs on the roof, or like the far back corner, or say person far back corner with an arrow in the direction?
Mia will just... Oh, yeah.
It'd be easier to
I
text.
feel like we
Mia
need
gets text.
I feel like
Yeah.
I have to like focus though
headsets.
on the
I feel like
we
we
need
need
to
to
get,
get
like,
like headsets.
Yeah, Mia will just send a
Earbuds.
text
Okay.
Yeah.
saying that there is a 16-year-old boy, appears to be of Hispanic origin, and is very thin, and he appears to be living here, and he is in the back corner workroom doing something with an engine.
And Elytra, if you do want to manipulate the bugs in that way, how about you go ahead and make our first roll?
Yeah,
and,
I will try
roll
it.
to unleash your powers.
I need to look at my numbers because I don't remember this. Let's just read. It's probably not going to work this way because I don't have a decent score, but
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, that's a 9.
Okay. So that's either you mark a condition or I tell you how it's unstable or temporary.
It could be our first condition of the game too.
I don't think I'm ready to mark a condition yet with the potential vampire. I mean, I don't fully see this as needing to be very stable or permanent.
All
The
right.
bugs explode.
my God.
no.
No, we'll say it's more of like a temporary thing. Thoth and Glory you see as like a swarm of gnats. Like initially you two of you just sort of like, then it like forms into letters in the air, and then it forms into like an arrow pointing at the corner of the garage.
For the instability, can I suggest that some of them are absolutely struggling how to form like 3 or 4 letters?
Yes.
So like, what the
they
fuck
are,
is this?
They are totally struggling. I don't think I've communicated with bugs before, so getting them to like fly in formation is not ideal.
It's not the natural shape of a bug.
No.
But I would say
Okay,
the
then.
two of you have definitely gotten the vent off at this point.
All right.
You going in?
Can I fit in?
This is superhero land. We can say it's big enough for a person to fit in.
I don't know if it's necessary, but I'll hand the screwdriver back to you, Glory.
She just dissipates it.
Yeah.
Like, thanks.
I just
Just,
hold
like,
it
takes
out
it,
and then it
just-
goes disappears in thin air. And like, right. And I will put one hand on each side of the vent and push up, tuck my legs, and go feet first down in the vent.
Okay.
We get a text from Heavenly Katana. I will open this door.
Alright, it's open. And you can join Grandma in the lobby. She's got like the
Oh, I
door
was
into
around
the-
back.
Oh,
By the
gotcha. Right. That door is locked.
I want to open it.
Are you gonna try to like pick it? Are you gonna kick it down?
I'm gonna kick it. Why would I pick it? I only do one thing, and it's hit things.
And kick
I'm
things.
a very good
Okay.
good at that.
I think this technically falls under unleash your powers for you.
God.
Yeah, we.
Unleash your
Kung
kicking
Fu.
skills.
What do I add to that? I didn't open that book.
Freak.
Okay, cool. Oh, it's a 0. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what mine was.
Come on, Jenna dice.
Mm-hmm.
Too much stuff on my desk for this now. Ooh, I also got a 9.
Okay.
I also do not want to take a condition
Okay.
in case this child is a vampire.
Well, this is kind of a simple thing, so I'll add a new aspect to this, in that there will be consequences later.
That's fine. I don't know how I could kick a
Broken
door
foot.
unstably, but
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Like, there's
I
no
get
way I can make this temporary or
consequences.
unstable.
well, you want to smell that?
But
You
yeah,
can't eat that.
you kind of end up joining Mia in the garage, as the door seems to connect into there. And Mia, what are you saying to our mysterious garage person here?
She says, "Hello."
Doesn't respond, just keeps working.
Okay, she is going to walk slowly in slow mo. That's what she's going to call that. Slow mo Jomo.
Normal speed then?
Slow mo Jomo. And she's gonna say hi and like wave in case he's deaf.
Like
You know?
Daphne and Scooby Doo's Spooky Island. I know how to handle this guy. Hey, what are you doing?
Are you a ghost?
Are you?
As you sort of get closer and like make it clear that you're addressing him, without even looking up, his hand holding a wrench reaches up to the archway of signs above him and taps one that says "Have a good day." Then he goes back to work.
He just taps it, nothing happens.
Yep.
Thank you. You also have a good day? I was wondering what you're doing.
Reaches up, taps another sign, "Men at work."
Well, we can see that. Where's everybody else?
Taps another sign, "Out to lunch."
Well, we
See,
want to
that's
order
what
a
I
car.
originally thought. How long have they been out for lunch?
30 years.
Vampire.
There's like a slight slow in his work when you say that. Then he reaches up, taps again, "Come back later."
That would be really inconvenient for us, so we're gonna actually not do that. But anyways, I think that nobody's ordered a car in a long time, huh?
Doesn't respond, just keeps working.
Where are you getting your car parts from?
Reaches up, taps another sign, "Talk to the boss."
Where's the boss?
Out to lunch, I'm guessing.
Where did
Again,
he go
he
to
taps "Out to lunch."
And where did he go to lunch? What time will he be back? We can wait for him right here.
Sort of like finally pauses, turns in his stool to look at the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
And a few things become more obvious now that he's sort of like looking at you.
He's
First
a
of all-
vampire.
No, he is not a vampire. He's alive.
Vampires are alive.
But
so
he does not look like he's been eating well.
You
I
look
would
hungry. Grandma,
venture
to
Grandma,
say
we
all.
need some snacks in here stat.
And secondly, you realize that he's wearing overalls with a name over the breast pocket that says Carlos.
Hi, Carlos.
He just sort of looks at the two of you.
Can you talk?
Turns back, starts getting back to work.
Mia's gonna do something really mean right now.
Oh, no.
She's going to go into fast mode and take that wrench right out of his hand.
Oh boy.
Take those tools out of his hand.
There's definitely a second where like he keeps on using it, then sort of like looks at his hand. Like looks up.
How long have
looking around
you
for it.
Mhm.
been working here, Carlos?
Stands up, walks past the two of you if you let him, and goes to a toolbox, gets another wrench.
Yeah, okay.
Mia's
to be
gonna
fair,
take that too.
I also just asked him a question, and I wonder if he has to use the signs to communicate.
Mia's gonna pull out her pink pad of paper that is scented.
Oh my
It's-
god.
What does it smell like?
Watermelon.
Pink.
It smells like pink.
Pink.
Ah, yes.
That
Which
smells
is
like
to say bubble
pink
gum.
starburst. It smells like watermelon. And she just opens it and she writes, "Can you communicate this way?"
He
And
sort
then
of like
she takes his wrench and she puts that in his face.
sort of like turns to look at you. And another thing you two are picking up, he's not very expressive. He just sort of has the same sort of like neutral expression every time he looks at you.
You don't look so good. Grandma, snacks, stat.
And Grandma will come in with her tote bag.
Grandma, this is Carlos. Carlos, this is Grandma. You can just all call her. You can all call her Grandma. It's fine.
He just sort of looks at her.
Grandma, he needs some snacks. He looks really underfed. Also, I don't think he can talk.
Yeah. Jeez, kid, you forget how to eat? And she reaches into the bag and gets like some beef jerky and cheese sticks.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of like looks at the snacks as they're offered. Take like one of the jerky sticks.
Mhm.
Takes it to the workbench. Reaches down and pulls out like a little butter knife and starts cutting it into pieces.
Okay. Well, now we can have lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And, like,
You
he
know.
he keeps on working, but now like periodically he reaches down and like takes one of the pieces of beef jerky and just sort of.
What is he working on?
An engine.
Oh, an engine. Okay.
As you look closer at it, though, that's not a normal engine.
Well, I mean, they make supercars.
It's true, but like, this one's glowing.
Goodness,
Carlos.
that's-
Who's your boss?
Is it-
Can you write it down on the piece of paper? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to keep taking your tools, and then I'm gonna hide them where you can't find them.
Kid's such a troll.
Blondie.
But she's pretty and smiles while doing it. While trolling people.
He keeps on working, but he takes like a screwdriver and he points to your grandmother and then to Silver Phantom.
We're your boss.
You guys are employing an underfed teenage boy to make a glowing engine? What the fuck?
If I owned a business like this, I don't think I would employ minors. I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
No, you can. They just need like a work permit.
Well, to keep them here?
Oh yeah, no, you can't like keep them in these conditions. They can't work past a certain time. There's like labor laws for kids, you know?
And as the two of you are talking, he seems to finish up whatever he was doing with the engine, reaches down under the workbench, pulls a lever you hadn't seen, and you all watch as an orange portal appears underneath it, and the engine and is replaced by a completely different piece of machinery, and then the portal.
Okay. That explains where you're getting things from. You know
Oh.
where that portal goes?
Let's find out.
Can I get a bug on the next piece of tech?
Yeah, easily enough. And also, you're welcome to join the scene. at any
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
Electra.
I'm thinking Elytra's like, okay, fine. I know they're in there. They've been in there for a bit. So she just
You're
walks in.
probably fine.
Heavenly Katana's gonna pull the lever again.
You're
You're
gonna
gonna go in
reach
the
down
portal.
and pull it
Yeah.
while he's working on it?
Yes.
You do that, and like before like the little arms can come up to grab the piece of machinery again, he sort of like picks it up and just like waits for it to go away.
Does it look
Person-
heavy? Does he look like he has super strength?
No, it doesn't look that heavy.
Oh. She wants to look in the portal.
Okay.
Well,
You look down, and you get a little dizzy for a second, because it goes way down.
oh, I'm sure glad that I didn't jump in there without looking.
Why would that have been an option?
Bad things would have happened.
As you realize what exactly you're looking at,
It's a
because you
Pittsburgh.
would actually have some knowledge of this,
Mhm.
because your father probably has used similar technology in the past.
Mm-hmm.
This is second space.
Yeah.
If
It's
you're
like-
all familiar with the concept of hammer space, this is basically hammer space technology.
The fuck is
It's-
hammer space?
It's like
it's
a portable hole.
Okay.
in a way.
Bigger on the inside.
Well, ostensibly speaking, it is a secondary empty dimension that people in San Sebastian have figured out how to tap into, and you can open portals to it, and people have used it mostly for construction and storage. A few people have access to it. It's pretty hard to make, though, so it's not widely accessible. And speaking of second space, Thoth.
Yeah.
This event's been going for a long time.
Oh no.
Fine.
This what's been going for a long time?
The
Vent
vent.
that I'm in.
Oh. Why are you in
Uh,
the vent?
to break into this place.
Oh no.
We forgot the vent.
And eventually you pass by a grate,
Yeah.
and you look through it, and you're really friggin' confused. Because you look out and you see a showroom floor.
Oh.
Ooh.
It
Okay.
is gorgeous.
All right.
There are hundreds of supermobiles on display. A lot of them in like these glass cases or like surrounded by velvet rope. A lot of them you recognize from assorted famous heroes.
Were you in the museum?
And in the center
Vent
is
is also
a
second space.
one-to-one replica of the Ultramobile slowly spinning on a dais.
Okay. Is there, from my perspective, is there anybody around?
Doesn't look like it. Lights are on, though.
I want to go a little further. See if I
Okay.
find another great opening.
You do. And you look in there, and you see rows upon rows, racks upon racks of car parts, engines, carburetors, tires, all sorts of stuff. Like, if you've ever seen, like, that warehouse at the end of the first Indiana Jones movie, it's like that, but it's just all car parts.
Okay. So we've got basically museum display room, warehouse. I want to keep going.
Okay. And it's probably at this point that those of you in the garage hear a little shuffling in the vents.
What the heck is up there?
As you enter a section of vent that is decidedly more dusty, Thoth, and you can see your allies talking with Carlos in the garage. Or talking.
Fly up to the vent and see what's in the vent.
Guessing a
And
little
you would-
fly just comes through the grate in front of my face.
Yep. And you see Thoth in bug vision.
It lands on your nose.
Crunch my nose a little bit, but sort of do like a very slow nod to try and not to communicate this is good, and try not to make you and or the fly nauseous. And what I'm gonna do is turn around and show this fly the other grates that I've seen.
Okay. Easy enough to do. Meanwhile, on the roof, Glory. Phil's been gone a while.
Yeah. I'm gonna text the rest of the group and ask them if Thoth made it down there.
I will immediately respond that he's giving one of my flies a tour of some mystery space he found in the vent.
Okay.
See texts.
That's a good question.
Considering the portal is open, yes, I'll say you're able to still receive that text.
Okay. I will take some quick pictures of
Ooh.
like the showroom and send it back to the group with an explanation of like what I've found.
Okay. Easy enough to do.
And that I'm going in.
Glory's gonna go in after him because this is a bad idea.
Alright. Meanwhile, in the garage. So, remind me, Jenna, you told Carlos that you were going to keep on messing with him unless you, like...
Yeah.
He sort of, like, sets the engine piece back down and makes the first noise any of you have really heard him make, as he just sort of... And he opens a drawer in the desk, and he pulls out, like, a set of letters that would normally, like, go into, like, you know those signs of a fast food place where they have,
Marquees.
like, those interchangeable
Mhm.
letters? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically a set of those.
Mm-hmm.
And he spells out what? Question mark.
You couldn't have written any of this down. She offered you a notebook, and it smells like pink.
It does in fact smell like pink. Anyways, she writes on her notebook. What are you
Right.
doing?
He can hear us. You don't have to write it down.
We're doing a thing right now, okay?
Okay, sorry.
And then she hands him this pink notebook and the pink jelly pen.
And he sort of, like, stares at the pen for a second. Then he reaches up with his wrench and taps men at work.
Okay, who is your boss? Writes that on the paper.
Is it Walter? Walter Carbonara?
He spells out Grandpa.
Carbonara.
Trent?
He spells out Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Are you
A vampire?
Carabao. Can you say it? Carbone?
Carbonara. Like the pasta, right?
Carbone, I think.
He spells out Carbone, as though that in any way.
Carbone, yeah. Carbone. Anyways,
Hold on. Who's your grandpa?
Spells out Walter.
Okay. Okay. So Walter's still in charge. We've established that. I got nothing.
okay. Are you guys still selling cars? Question mark.
Yes.
Do you live here?
He taps the yes.
Why?
Home.
Does your grandpa live here too?
Does he
Yes.
live in the portal?
No. Can y'all hear the movie going on through my wall?
A little bit, but not too bad.
I can't hear anything. Walter.
He reaches up, taps a sign, looking to buy.
Yes.
How long has everybody been out to lunch?
He just sort of like stares at the letters. As you sort of start to put together, he doesn't know.
Okay.
Do you know what day it is?
You know what year it is?
He not writes, but spells out 2049.
Okay. You got the year right.
Other people work here besides you.
Spells out Grandpa.
Does your grandfather have similar constitution to you?
She's asking if he's as skinny as you.
Is he his own grandpa?
Reaches up, taps a sign. What are you talking about, sweetheart?
She just puts a hand on her hip and says, "Honey, I'm little and I could throw you."
Your grandpa got powers like you do? Like he can assemble stuff super fast? He can apparently subside off of snacks from a break room?
He doesn't look like he's subsiding very well.
No, exactly.
He sort of, like, is still again for a moment. And he pulls out like a fair few letters. As he eventually spells out, I forget to eat sometimes.
Sometimes.
We can tell.
Do you get paid for your work here?
Yes.
How much?
Again, he sort of stares at the letters.
She hands him the notebook.
He again just sort of like looks at it and doesn't touch it.
Do you know what the date is?
No.
Do you get lost in your own work to the point that you forget to eat and check the date?
There's no change in expression, but he slowly spells out yes. As you get the impression, he's a little embarrassed about that.
Do you have a power compelling you to work? Or is it just your own hyperfixation?
No? Question mark?
Trying to think. What else?
You all realize at this point that like his leg is starting to like tap rapidly a bit. And eventually he sort of like pushes the letters off to the side and starts like working on the machinery again.
Do you need to be working on the machinery? Otherwise, you just kind of build up energy, and if you don't expel it somehow, you'll explode.
That's how it works for me. Not working on machinery. I just gotta like bounce around and run around and stuff.
He sort of like taps men at work a few times.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Can you show us some cars if we would like to buy one?
He sort of pauses. Kind of looks past you all at the office.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of stands up, pulls another lever underneath the bench, and the machinery goes back into the portal. And he'll, like, with pretty fast steps, go into the office and grab, like, a clipboard. And he sort of pauses as he, like, very tentatively picks up a pen. And, like, does not hold it properly. As he walks back to the far wall of the garage, and puts a hand on what just looked like a piece of pipe on the wall, until he pulls it out, rotates it, and the wall slowly opens into a portal. Meanwhile, Thoth and Glory.
Does Thoth get hit by a bench coming out of nowhere?
Bonk.
Baby.
With another psychic screwdriver. That doesn't sound right.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy enough to get the vent cover off. It is a bit of a ways down to the floor of the showroom, though.
Fine.
You sure?
I will carefully shimmy through the vent and get a grip on like the edge so that I drop down and I'm just suspended from the vent.
All right.
I'll give it. What's nearby? How far am I up still?
Solid 8 or so feet.
Not bad. I'll take a few deep breaths and
I could just catch you at the bottom.
got it. And I'll let go of the vent
Okay.
and just
He's
drop
an
down and make sure I'm
independent
like
man.
using the momentum to drop into a squat and a roll if need be to make sure I'm not exploding my knees.
All right. Easy enough to do. You drop onto the linoleum. And the second you hit the ground,
Oh boy.
spotlights turn on in the showroom and illuminate a few of the cars as you hear a voice over the loudspeakers. Welcome to Carbonet Cars. Please enjoy your time visiting.
Question.
Mhm.
Looking down to the showroom, does it look like it's all underground?
Hard to say. The construction is nebulous.
Are there visible windows is more?
I wouldn't say there's any windows in the showroom. You do see a few hallways leading out of it.
Okay.
Look up at Glory after the lights come on and that voice makes the announcement. I'll just shrug. Start looking around.
I'm gonna tie a... Actually, I don't know if I have that on me. Well, she can just jump back up in the vent, so it doesn't really matter for her. We're just gonna jump down.
Alright. As the two of you jump down and look up at the vent, you come to a realization pretty quickly. You shouldn't have been able to really crawl through that vent from what's visible on this side. Definitely a TARDIS situation here.
Look, my entire existence is based around illusions.
The
This does not fuck with my brain at all.
rest of us are a little bit like, ooh. I think Heavenly Katana is going to go in Phasmo and start sleuthing around everything. Like a curious little fox or something.
Well, as you run off, Carlos, sees your pink streak, and then just immediately starts trying to run after you.
I'm the fastest batch in town.
But the three of you are not arriving on the showroom floor. Instead, the three of you are entering into what looks like another office space, but this is significantly better looking. This looks like a modern office building almost. And the portal does stay open behind you all, though there is a traditional sharp delineation between the real-world garage and the second space building that you all appear to be in currently.
Can we ask Tabs? Like she's in Phasmo. Can we ask Tabs about the building?
You can message her if you want to.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in just a moment here. Thoth and Glory, are you just looking around the showroom floor, or...?
I think to start, scope out this room and then maybe go down one of the hallways.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Figure out what's here, maybe where we are.
See what other, because we
Or
know
if this
there's-
building exists entirely in second space.
We know there's at least a perfect replica of the Ultra's car. What other famous cars are here?
There's plenty. I would say that there's a few, what are lovingly referred to as Goldmobiles by the heroine community. Some of them are more 60s themed with the sort of sleek design. One of them just straight up looks like a UFO. Wheels popping out the bottom.
Hell yeah.
There's one that was apparently designed for a speedster hero, because it appears to have a set of pedals as opposed to an engine. But each of them actually has a little plaque with a button and a holographic projector on it. And any sort of investigation would reveal that pressing the button starts a little, essentially mini tour of the vehicle in holographic form.
I want to see what kind of features they have and see if I can cross-reference whether or not that's usually the kind of feature used by villains.
Well, that's kind of a tricky question, because when
Yeah,
it comes to
fair
supermobiles, the technology is a little agnostic, for lack of better terminology.
Do any of them have machine guns?
Some of them do. Some of them do.
Okay.
But those are usually the more, wartime vehicles.
Mm.
Not so much with the modern ones. When it comes to
Okay.
those, if they have any firearms, it's usually rubber bullets.
Look for ones that
Okay.
look evil.
I want to check the vibes.
We want to vibe check the cars.
The vibes are overall good. Like,
Hmm,
there's a fair
interesting.
bit of a unique part of superhuman history represented here.
Is
Could be collectors.
the hood popped on any of the cars?
A couple of them to show off the engine inside. And these engine designs are wild. Like, there are engines that run on alien fuels. There are engines that, like, fold into themselves with second space for additional, like, push power. There are a few micro-engine vehicles that get extra storage out of their front sections.
They have a frunk like the Tesla.
And a rear trunk. Like, it's...
Yeah,
like, a
no,
whole lot
I
of
have
storage.
both trunks on my car.
And as aforementioned, there is some that don't even have engines and have more esoteric power sources.
Uh-huh.
Do any of
Including
these...
one that you're fairly certain is powered by a miniature nuclear reactor.
Are any of them powered by Audacity?
You're working on that one.
That one looks like it is. She just points to the douchiest looking car.
Not there quite.
Just for fun, can I say that one also doubles as a fish tank?
Yes.
Some of them do have aquatic modes even.
Do any of these look... Do they look strictly like they are only for show, or do any of them look actually run?
Hard to say without being an expert in supermobiles yourself, because it's like engineering squared at the best of times. But some of them do look like they could run, but everything is pristine in here. So none of these vehicles look like they have been used.
Yeah.
Which leads you to believe that these are all probably replicas, because all of these vehicles would have been beaten to hell and back at minimum if they were used in hero work.
Yeah. I'm thinking more about if these are replicas. These are specifically designed as replicas to be sold to people who can drive them, versus just like a collection of history, like a car museum.
More the vibe of a car museum. There aren't any prices listed on any of them.
Do they have serial numbers?
Not immediately visible. They do all have license plates, which are usually some form of vanity plate.
Fair enough. You want to try one of the hulls?
That
Maybe find some records.
I'm hoping more for a mechanic shop.
That's what
Oh.
Heavenly Katana is going to be looking for while she's zipping around.
Okay. Well, let's pick up with Heavenly Katana.
Mhm.
Because you rapidly figure out this building is huge.
Mm-hmm.
You-
Cardio.
yeah, it takes a fair bit of running for you, though you do notice there are, like, people mover walkways at regular intervals through a lot of the hallways.
Mm.
As this building is, like, just full of crap. You do briefly sprint by the showroom, which the two of you probably see, like, a pink streak go by.
Mm-hmm.
Was that? Okay.
The fly on your nose buzzes.
But you also pass by, like, records rooms. You pass by an office that seems to be used largely for car sales. You pass by some sort of holographic suite that doesn't currently have anything projected in it, but is pretty in-depth. You pass by a modeling room with, like, some clay models of various vehicles set up in it.
She's going to the records room.
Okay.
Records.
It's kind of boring, all things considered. It's
Yeah.
mostly just, like, a long room full of filing cabinets.
She is going to quickly start going through it.
What are you looking for?
What?
What are you looking for?
Records of who bought the 4 vehicles that are gone, and also just like Anything that looks sketchy.
Okay. We'll say right off the bat, nothing really looks sketchy. If anything, this just looks really high-tech, like something you'd see out of Future Valley.
Mm-hmm.
But it does not take you long to find the invoice that Tabs referred to. Or rather, a more complete version of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, you find it in a folder labeled Cancelled Orders.
She's gonna snap some pictures with her phone of it.
Okay. I would also say that you do notice something else. Originally ordered by Exceptionals Inc.
Phasmo shakes fist in air. Of course it was them. All right. She's gonna put everything back really nice and neat. She's speed cleaning, which her parents find extremely helpful around the house.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, so she speed cleans everything, tidies everything up, and she is gonna fast mo and just like appear right next to Silver Phantom.
Well, let's catch up with Silver Phantom here. Elytra and Silver Phantom, you two are sort of in the entryway of this second space building. Heavenly Katana just zipped off, and then Carlos started running after her. What are the two of you doing?
Does she always do this?
Yes, she does.
Okay.
Elytra sends a bunch of, calls a bunch of ants and just has them start exploring.
I also found this. She shows her phone. The Exceptionals were the ones that ordered the cars.
So do you just, like, appear?
Yes. And she just, like, starts talking like it's totally normal.
I feel like Elytra doesn't even blink. And it's just like...
Neither does Granny. She's just sort of like...
Okay.
She's sort of like sat on like one of the
So
lounges.
the missing order got canceled?
Yes, it looks like that.
Carlos, you hear footsteps as Carlos like runs back into the room. Very clearly sweaty, still has that same like neutral expression.
Carlos, where have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you.
He like points his wrench at you.
You.
She just giggles.
The Exceptionals are good guys. I'm double checking because
Good
I don't remember.
guys.
Are they good?
I mean,
They are heroes.
technically they're heroes, but they're also assholes. So there's that.
I mean, they're probably not stealing their own things unless they're bankrupt and don't want to pay for them.
They're certainly not bankrupt. They are very rich.
They're probably not stealing their own orders. Unless they just don't want to pay for them, I guess. Rich people do whatever they want.
Carlos comes forward and tries to take your phone, Heavenly Katana, but I assume you just like...
Oh yeah, she's so fast that like she just she skirts out of his reach every time he tries to reach for her. Just like fast mo to another spot. Now she's on the other side of Electra.
Yep.
At which point Granny sort of pipes up from the chair that she's sort of positioned in. Kiddo, I know you're having fun, but I don't think he's trying to hide things.
Why does he want my phone then?
But we talk about invading privacy.
He wants my phone. That's my privacy.
As far as I've heard, you guys have not just asked him about any of this.
He's not been the most loquacious.
He takes out his phone and starts searching up the word.
Sweetheart, I don't think talking's easy for him.
Grandma, help. Like, what do you want us to do next? You've done this the longest.
Before I give an answer there, Thoth and Glory, you definitely just caught a whiff of cherry blossoms speeding by.
Okay.
A whiff of pink. Let's nondescript pink.
What does pink smell like? It
Watermelon
smells
cherry. Oh.
watermelon cherry blossoms. Pink
So are you
starburst? Who knows?
trying to follow her, or are you just gonna keep wandering about?
Not gonna catch up with her.
Right.
Nah.
Glory's like, absolutely not.
Workshop.
Be
Suck
much
his
easier to
name.
just hold her down.
Hey. You want to keep looking?
Giggity.
Sure.
All right. Well, you two start exploring around a bit more. And you do pass by a window. As in, it seems to lead out into space. As in, you're in some sort of nebula.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna take a picture of that, and I'm gonna send it to the team.
I'm gonna... Oh, I'm absolutely gonna turn around and get a selfie with me and Glory in the window.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah.
I'll like this picture.
Yes.
Send it to the group chat.
On the Instagram.
I don't
Oh,
know if
God.
either of you would know this, but that's pretty bog standard when it comes to second space, is because, well, when exposed to the elements, it is just kind of space.
There, yeah.
Yeah.
still, it's a really cool picture.
Yeah.
It is very cool.
Yes.
Too bad I can't fucking share it with anyone.
You shared it with the chat. And
That
Elytra
doesn't
gives a
count.
little
Yeah,
Elytra
like-
heart
I
reacts
could get
to your little
Instagram
photo.
famous, guys.
Fuck, I should make a superhero Instagram.
Yes.
You could.
We should all make superhero Instagram.
I think this will be the tipping point where
Actually, Heavenly
I'm
Katana
actually
already
doing
has
cool
has
shit
a
now. As we continue looking through this building, I just open up the Instagram app and start making an account.
Yeah, Heavenly
Alright.
Katana already has an account.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Phantom runs like 3 on his phone.
I
The
love it.
trucks, his and his personal one that's private.
I love it.
Well, back in the lobby, Grandma says, well, he doesn't exactly strike me as evil. Seems more like he just sort of got lost in his own work.
Yeah, but like, why didn't anybody check on him? That seems nefarious.
I wonder if they're dead and they forgot. Or they forgot, dead or they forgot.
Again, no facial reaction, but Carlos's head sort of twitches towards you.
Is your
Silver
family
Phantom.
dead?
Wait, that would have been in the news.
Yeah. Tabs. Did
Tabs
the
would have told us.
did the Carbones die?
Carbonara.
What is Walter Carbone's status tabs?
Is he alive?
Status. Alive, as per public records.
Where does he live?
What about unpublic records?
No
Yeah.
access to non-public records.
Okay, well, I feel like that's a lie, but we can
Yeah, I'm
broach
pretty-
that topic
yeah.
on another time.
Did we know that AI could lie?
Apparently tabs can.
Pretty sure it's one of those laws of robotics.
She didn't say that she had no access, just that you all had no access.
Well, fuck me.
I feel like
That doesn't solve our
Elytra
missing
gives a
car
look
problem.
of betrayal to her phone, but does nothing.
How dare you?
Tabs, what is the definition of betrayal?
This moment.
Pops up the Wikipedia.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Elytra's
I'm sure
head
your
hits the
family's fine,
desk in
Carlos.
front of her.
we're looking and pull up the order information we saw earlier. We're looking for this order that never showed up. You have any idea what happened to it? We should have just asked you this to begin with, but here we are.
That's what I'm saying. You young heroes, you never think things through.
Oh, hey, look. Glory and Thoth are in space.
Sweet.
How did they get to space so fast?
This is second space.
I mean,
like,
it's Glorian though. Do we really have questions?
yeah,
All I have to do is
that's
call up my
true.
homie
Heart
Ra.
react.
Why are you guys always fucking with gods?
Because it's fun.
Says the descendant
Someday
of a
they're gonna
kitsune.
strike us down. Yeah. Shh.
Praise the
Other
sun.
kids.
In the history of all this, at least one person did fuck a god.
At least.
At least one.
Carlos sort of like looks at the invoice. Then he like motions with a clipboard for you to follow, and he starts going down one of the hallways.
Okay. Is he gonna take us to the body of his dead uncle, grandpa,
No,
whatever?
if his
God.
grandpa was
Are you sure?
if his grandpa was dead, I think he would probably leave.
Are you sure?
He did not look happy when I said that. What if he was dead? I think that wasn't him looking happy. And to be honest, I'm not really sure.
What if that was like grief or like an eye twitch because he killed them?
We could probably take him.
I can.
If I
Yes.
hear footsteps coming, I am hiding.
I'm munching on Nana's trail mix as we're going. Like half of his mask is pulled up this whole time.
Yep.
Oh gosh. Oh,
You can't have pecans, buddy.
The three of you can follow Carlos.
yeah.
Mhm.
Grandma says, "If you all need me, I'm going to be drinking the cucumber water."
I mean, fair.
Okay.
I respect that.
I want spa water.
All of our water at home is cucumber water.
Thoth and Glory, you all are having a bit of a time. Because as aforementioned, this building is big. And because it is in second space, it is not necessarily restrained in how big it can be.
Fair enough.
Thankfully, someone thought to put up signs. Which does weirdly give the impression of, like, walking through an empty mall at certain points.
Ah.
Liminal space.
A little bit. A little liminal.
The back room.
But you guys said you were looking for a workshop?
Something like that.
Well, you don't
where
see
they
any-
work on the cars.
You don't see anything for workshop. You do see something for work bay.
That sounds like something we might need to check out.
All right.
You follow the signs, and eventually, you reach what looks like a test track. It's
Oh boy.
like this enormous figure-8 donut that seems to like stretch through a room that looks like the size of a football stadium.
Hell yeah.
But the signs point you off to a smaller room connected to it that appears to be sort of a tuning station for vehicles. It doesn't
Okay.
really look like the cars are built here. More like, if you had to take a guess, the cars are around the track and then they're fine-tuned in this work bay.
Okay.
But beyond this, there doesn't actually seem to be a workspace inside this building.
There are
Could
no
be in a
cars
different
the
part of
bay
second
right now.
space.
As we both talk at the same time.
Sorry. Go for it.
And are there any cars in the bay now? Or is it empty?
Not currently.
In character, Glory says, could be in another part of second space. They don't
Mhm.
exactly have constraints.
No, not really.
Did you show up in scene?
Oh no, I thought yeah.
No, the two of them are separated at the moment.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're fast enough that you could.
I could fast mouth. Yeah, just to butt into your
She's just
conversation. I
involved
just fast mouth back and forth.
No privacy, jeez.
I mean, you have a
Only
Lycra's
if
bug on
AI
your
is our
nose.
super mom. We weren't getting privacy anyways.
There could be somewhere else where. Yeah, and not necessarily needs to be connected area. Assuming they even have the cars that we're looking for, you know.
What were you hoping to find?
If this was Carbone claiming they never received the cars and covering it up and doing dirty business, one of them obviously got damaged, thinking they're probably either going to try and patch it up or would have to at least do repairs on the other ones. So makes sense that
makes
the cars
sense.
wouldn't be in the showroom. Considering how big this place is, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to think squirrel them away.
True. But given that there was only one order missing, there's a chance that it's not them. And someone else interfered here.
Well,
But you never know what kind of...
That's always true.
I mean, that one guy did commit tax fraud, so could be another rat in this company, but I don't know how... They're not being very profitable. They might not have too many hands in the metaphorical pie.
I'm restraining myself from making a Cynthia comment.
I will make a mention here. As all of you have been traveling around the space, it seems like it was designed for more people than are currently in it.
there's only one in it, right?
Pretty much. Seems like it.
What if he lost it because they all abandoned him?
When did people start using second space?
It was first discovered around the 2000s. Went into major use probably like 2005-ish. It's been a very difficult technology to get widespread just because it is so hard to implement. And quite frankly, the level of implementation that's put into this place, very expensive and very surprising, given how the outside of this place looked.
How long, an estimate, really, if it's hard to tell, if it's hard to know for certain, not being involved with the construction of second space. But how long would I estimate it would take this kind of structure to be built?
Given modern construction techniques, especially if they had someone with powers, could have taken a month at most. Like a couple of days if they really went at it.
Okay.
Hmm.
So I'm probably brainstorming some of this out loud. So let's assume that they didn't start building the structure until 2005, because that's when it was stable enough to use for their business.
All right.
And let's say it took at most a month for this to be built. So 2005 and some change. They started in decline in 2010. To me, that makes me think
Decline or decline?
of a little.
If they've got listed orders somewhere that aren't public, if you're going to cook your books, you got to have a set of books that are not cooked.
Didn't. And a lot of this.
There's
was
something
just
else going on.
Natural decline.
Yeah.
Maybe they sunk too much money into the construction that got desperate.
Could be, but
I'm gonna pull out my phone and ask Tabs at Carbone Cars' peak. How many people did they employ?
Sort of thinks for a little second. Employee records show over 500,000 employees.
fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
and when was that?
Peak reached 2007.
What is the listed number of employees today, publicly?
1.
Is it Walter?
Walter
How-
Carbone.
How fast was the decline?
She, pops up a graph. And Thoth, you are just about right. Come 2010, there starts to be a steep drop in employment.
Layoffs.
That tapers off slowly till you reach present day.
Shit.
As it looks like this place kind of dried up bad.
I mean, decreasing interest, sinking a bunch of money into this, and then not being able to make it back. But
Assuming
that
they
would leave a
had-
question.
Also assuming they'd acquired all the original funds legally to begin with. They didn't have to go into getting loans.
Yeah, and we do know there was some tax fraud down the line. So,
I'll pull up tabs again. Are there any publicly known loans for Carbone cars?
Current registered loans, 0.
have there previously been loans?
Indeed, some financial records pop up. They all appear to have been paid. Notably, a good chunk of them were paid off within the past 5 years. As it seems
How-
like they had been lingering for a while.
How much money total?
I won't list a specific number because I don't know finances that well.
Okay.
I will just say too damn much.
There would have been inflation too.
Also true.
And they weren't being paid at all for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Where did they get the money to pull up these off? I'm saying.
As far as I know, this crime thing with the cars just started, at least that we're aware of. I haven't really heard of that many prison breaks. So, it can't be above the table. There's no record of it.
How much work does it take to connect secondary space to a different location?
Not much if you know how to work second space. There's a whole group out there that feel like they can what's the word I'm looking for? They can revolutionize travel by just connecting second space portals. But again, technology is expensive and hard to maintain
Were there
if
any
you don't
major
know what you're
bank-
doing.
Were there any major bank robberies in the past few years?
Yes, this is San Sebastian. Yes, there were so many bank robberies.
Major bank robberies where they don't know the culprit.
A handful. But with tabs, it's kind of hard to not get caught in some variety.
They could have hired somebody. Cut him
That
out,
is distinctly possible.
Ball guy.
then cut him loose. Yeah.
Probably.
They also could have, I don't know, there's a bunch of ways you can make money without it being super public, without necessarily stealing it.
We should see if we can find financial records.
Agreed.
Well, wouldn't you know it? There's a sign that says records room.
Worth a shot.
I don't know. Depending on what you're talking about, I don't expect it. You know what? We'll get lucky.
We can at least see what they have. And if it doesn't line up with what we found, then we know where to look. Figuratively.
The records room.
All right. And as you all are going to investigate the records, Elytra, Silver Phantom, and Heavenly Katana, you're all following Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually he comes to an intersection that's sort of like a T-shaped hallway intersection
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't really seem to have anything in it initially.
Mm-hmm.
And then he puts his hand on the wall, and a door
Oh, that's nifty.
forms and then opens.
Mm-hmm.
And this space looks noticeably more lived in. Not as in it's a living quarters per se, but more in that, like, it's been in use, I suppose. There's, like, things pulled off of shelves and not necessarily put back. There's, like, chairs askew and stuff like that.
Oh.
There's diagrams, like, on poster boards, sort of, like, around the room, as this appears to be a bit of an ideas workshop of some kind. Notably, however, on one of the nearby desks is a computer that has a wrench smashed through it.
Oh,
feel like
percussive
that
maintenance.
computer would have been useful.
Yeah.
Carlos pays it no mind, walks right past it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
And he will go to a filing cabinet and start going through it. And eventually pulls out what appears to be an order invoice.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit different to what you had found.
Mhm.
This appears to be a submitted invoice from Exceptionals Incorporated.
Okay.
Dated, notably, before you joined, Mia.
A while
and
ago.
as far as it seems like, this order was placed in the early days of the Exceptionals. But it took until, like, a few days ago for the order to be completed. So it took a while
Normal?
to get finished. Sorry, say again?
Is that normal?
You do not know.
That's almost a year.
Tabs, is that normal for orders?
At least almost a year.
For a superhero team?
High-level technology can take time for development. With a combined order such as this, additional time may have been required.
Yeah. Okay. We did also just watch that kid put together an engine in like the span of minutes.
So, Carlos, did they receive their order?
Oh, I mean, we saw it's missing.
Do you know anything about the missing cars? She'll hand him the pink pen and paper.
He just, like, drops them.
The cars were dropped?
No. He like, put them
No,
in his hand and he just
I
sort of,
don't.
like...
I don't think he wants to write.
What does he want to do? Not tell us?
Probably go back to working and have us leave.
I imagine so, but like, we have a job to do, so.
Yeah. They're not a computer. Is there still a keyboard on the computer? Could he hit the letters and we can just spell things?
Can we just grab the motherboard out of it?
What
Might
do
be a
we
little
need the
difficult to
motherboard
do.
for?
It's pretty thoroughly smashed, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, what do we need the motherboard for?
And you put it in a different computer.
The hard drive?
Yeah.
Is the hard drive intact? It also
1d6.
couldn't have anything on it, too. This could just be here and everything stored on a server.
Carlos, why did you smash the computer?
Because they're devil machines that spy on you.
That's fair.
Also true.
He sort of looks at you, Mia, then he sort of like looks around the room. And there are other computers in here. And he goes over to one, futzes with it a little bit, and gets it so that it goes beep every time he presses the space bar. And
Okay.
it just goes beep, beep, beep. And he points at the other computer. Beep, 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 beep.
It was getting annoying.
Beep.
Oh, the computer was beeping.
Why was it beeping? Because an order was missed, maybe?
Hmm.
And he'll pull open a Word document on the computer and start to type.
She will look over his shoulder.
Why do you need to find this order?
Because it's missing.
Yeah.
We're looking for it. We've been tasked with finding it.
Don't you know who I am?
You think the
Oh.
exceptionals have time to look for their own missing cars? No, they're gonna hire some random jackasses off the street. That's us, random jackasses.
Yes. Random jackasses.
Just types language.
Sorry.
Anyways,
Random people off the street.
why don't you want to tell us about where the order went? Carlos?
That's not my part of the job.
Okay. So you don't know?
No.
No, you don't know? Or
No, he doesn't. know.
no, you don't want to tell me?
No.
Both. Okay, cool.
Got it.
Carlos, sweetheart.
This is gonna end up with him tied to a chair somehow.
Oh boy.
Possibly.
Talk to Grandpa.
Where is Grandpa? If you say he's out to lunch one more time, I swear to God, I will take all of your wrenches and I will hide them forever.
Do not threaten the boy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
She says it with a smile. It's not a threat. It's a promise.
He sort of pauses. And his hands sort of like come up and he sort of like knocks his knuckles together a little bit as he seems to like think for a second. And he goes over to a shelf and pulls out what looks like a holo recorder. Pretty advanced piece of tech. It's not super widespread yet. But this
Interesting.
basically records a 3D image of a particular object.
Mm-hmm.
He pops it open, and a projection comes up. And initially, it is a series of dates, along with timestamps, as there appears to be a few recordings on this.
Okay.
Apocalypse log.
Can
goes-
I?
He goes back to the computer, he types, Grandpa. Then he points at the...
Is Grandpa AI now?
Carlos, do I have your
Where's his
permission
body?
to look at this recording?
They buried it, probably.
He buried his body?
If he's dead.
Yes.
Okay.
Is
Um.
his body dead?
Again, he sort of like does that sharp head turn. He types no.
Is his body being kept
Can
alive in
my-
stasis while his consciousness is uploaded to the whatever?
Crow,
air?
can my
Wow.
suit interface with this recording?
Yeah. It's got a compatible port.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I guess I'm gonna see what's on this device.
Okay. Do you just pick a random entry, or?
I mean, let's go earliest first and get the full story.
Earliest first, okay.
1200 BC.
You scroll, like, down this list for a while. And the first entry appears to be dated, we'll say sometime within 2001. Which is
Oh,
a
wow.
little surprising, because that's supposed to be before these things were invented.
Yeah. The internet still yelled at you back then.
You didn't even have a cloud.
You open
Yeah,
up,
No
and
clouds
immediately
existed.
you realize this definitely was downloaded from an earlier version of this device, because the quality is grainy as shit.
Got it.
But it does appear to be from some sort of early prototype of a holo projector. As a round-faced man sort of pops up. Well, I say man again, but in this case, he's more of a teenager. Again, in sort of mechanics overalls. On his pocket, though, it says Walter. And he appears to be speaking to the device as he says, "Well, it's my first day. Man, I'm nervous. I know Richard said that I would be a temporary employee, but, I think I can make it. I've got so many good ideas. I still think that pedal car can work. I know he says, like, I'm crazy about that. I know it can work. I just gotta figure out how to get the axles lined up. I mean, it's like a bicycle, right? It can't be that hard." And it becomes fairly obvious as you flip through a few other entries. This is effectively Walter Carbonet's diary.
Oh.
As it chronicles his life joining the family business and eventually taking over.
And the last entries?
Well, are you going through all of them?
I think once I realize how far back, I'll look at more modern entries.
Okay.
'Cause...
You sort of flip forward a fair bit and end up stumbling across an entry that's a little somber. As it opens up to Walter, much older now, with what appears to be a glass of whiskey. He looks really tired.
Mm-hmm.
They left. I knew Samantha could be self-absorbed, but... Wow. I barely knew what I was doing with her. I can't raise another kid. But... he doesn't have anybody else besides me. Selfish bitch. Calling my own daughter a bitch. Ooh. Takes a drink. It's not right. So the kid's a little special. So what? He's a genius mechanic. He's better than me by a mile. Talk about how the business has gone under. He could bring it back up. And you just... God damn it, Sammy. God damn it. He just switches off the recording.
Mia starts looking up Samantha Carbone.
There is a record for Samantha Carbone. She appears to be currently living in Houston.
What's she doing?
Sales clerk.
Hmm.
Just living an average life. No marriage records.
Okay.
Are we about to adopt a child?
No, I'm gonna call his mom to pick him up.
I don't trust his mom.
Well, I would note the record that you just saw, Elytra,
Mm-hmm.
that was from about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And the next few entries seem to detail Walter learning Carlos,
Oh.
working with him. The last entry
Mm-hmm.
goes as follows. Well, I think that does it. Carbonate Cars is officially debt-free. I had to sell off a lot of the stuff in Hollywood, but you know what? It's alright. We're finally going to be back in the green. Took forever. We're going to get there. Carlos is actually going to have something to inherit. Once I finally kick the bucket. Still gotta figure out what to do with those stupid teenagers' order. Maybe I should go talk to him. See if they'll take him, I don't know, as a display piece or something. Must have enough room in that stupid mansion. Suppose I could strip him and sell him to the enthusiasts, but that's always heartbreaking. I could just stick him in deep storage, I guess. You know, maybe before I do that, me and Carlos will go for a ride, and the audio of the recording picks up a beep, 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 beep. As you see Walter sort of turn around. The hell? He goes back to the device, ends the recording. And that was dated. I'm trying to remember my months. June 30th. As in the day before a certain order went missing.
Eternals clearly stole their own order and killed
Yeah.
this man. Part of
Um.
that's a joke, I think, but I can't figure out which part.
What to do?
At this point, Carlos is just sort of sitting in the computer chair, like leg vibrating again.
Carlos, can I guess before I ask, do I know if my suit can make a copy of this holocron?
Easy enough to do.
I'm going to ask Carlos if I can. If he's okay with that.
He types Y, and then he immediately reaches over for what looks like almost like a fidget toy initially, until he fully breaks it apart and then puts it back together, just sort of over and over and over.
I'm concerned about what happened to your grandfather, and there may be data in here that
There might be evidence.
don't have time, or I haven't looked over yet.
He sort of slows down a little bit, and then he types in the computer, "Did Grandpa leave too?"
What? The last time you saw him was in June, right?
Yes.
Dude, it's August.
Grandpa may have been waylaid by bad people.
He just sort of like looks around at the three of you.
We'll figure it out.
Can I send a text to Tabs and see if she can get in, or if she can find a way into these computers to remind this child at the very least to eat if he's not going to leave this place?
Shouldn't we call like social services or
He
something?
might just start breaking the computers because they're talking to him.
Okay. Carlos, if I leave a friend in your computers that will occasionally remind you to eat, is that okay?
Do you have food, like regular food here?
And not like vending machine shit, dude.
Yeah. Can we
Yeah.
make sure you have food and have a friend remind you to eat?
How do we keep adopting children?
Heavenly Katana's already on her thing doing an Instacart order for him.
All right.
I ordered some groceries for you, buddy. Because you gotta eat. Are your clothes clean? She like sniffs, not him directly, but like around there.
He doesn't stink. And he'll type out use laundromat around
Okay.
corner.
Good, good, good. Do you have money?
Doesn't really say anything.
Okay. That's fair. I don't know.
Tess, you're muted.
Whoop. Tess? You with us?
Did it get unplugged?
Audio.
Oh dear.
Live show fun.
Ooh.
Technical difficulties.
Elytra will be back with us with a moment.
Let's all
Uh,
go to the...
We are approaching the end of our session here in just a moment, but... I feel like at this point, Carlos will type out, you didn't want a car, did you?
No, we wanted to know about the missing order. What happened to it? Because it was used in a crime.
That gets him to snap around.
He'll pull up like news feed of the Primeval thing. The
Okay.
cars ran Primeval's transport, I guess, off the road, and he got out.
What were you saying, Tess? Are you able to talk now?
Okay, still not.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
No.
You want to type it out real quick in the Discord?
Dan, you're muted.
It's working.
Oh, I
Oh,
heard
there you are.
Ben.
Hello.
You're
Oh,
back.
Okay. I don't know why it took 3 different times muting to like try and get it to work.
Magic.
That
We
was
don't
weird.
question the
No.
computer gods, or they smite us.
Yep.
Don't question tabs.
It looks like there was a notification that was on hold and like messing with my catch. So
Weird. So
Who
what were you
knows?
saying?
Damn catch.
I kind of lost my entire train of thought. I'll be fully honest when my
No,
mic went
it's
down.
alright. It's alright.
I think mainly I wanted to make sure this kid was provided for.
Alright. Well, when you ask if you can leave a friend, again, he sort of like thinks for a moment and then types out no beeping.
Oh, tabs is much more annoying than
I
beeping.
will blatantly say tabs, no beeping. Just contact else or in some other way, shape, or form. Can we take the hard drive of the computer that was beeping and do a more thorough search of it?
Yeah. What if we
You
could
can
help you find
certainly
your
try.
grandpa?
Yeah.
Yeah, we might need that information to find him.
That
'Cause
might.
It's. Did you share what you saw on the hologram with us?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you went to see the exceptionals.
It sounds like the beeping might be linked to where your grandfather went.
Yeah.
That too.
It sounds like he's been missing, and we
We're
should
not-
probably help you find him.
We're not 100% sure it is the exceptionals. I think we should investigate. I think me and
Okay.
Heavenly Katana should not be on the forefront of that one.
Actually, I
the,
can probably get in if I want to.
the rest of us can
Just
go. I'm sure it's
annoying.
not a big deal.
I mean, I could
I
too,
want
but...
to help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oof.
How?
Well, you're technically the heir of this business, so if anything happened to him, that's your order that went missing. You are guessing are well within your legal right to go find it.
Actually, you should go and question them about that, and it won't be sus at all. And you could go with
Bodyguards.
well,
Yeah, a couple
can
of us
get-
can go with you.
we can get.
They don't know who like Thoth, Glory, and I are, so you know.
They might.
I doubt they know who Thoth and I are.
Oh, you guys were in the news with me.
Follow.
Okay.
And
All
he
right.
stands up, walking with a bit more purpose now.
You can get a ride with us. Grandma will drive us.
As he leads you into a different room that has a sign outside of it. Command Center.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Oh.
He starts to type into it.
Oh, I'm gonna go get Thoth and Glory. All right. And
doesn't really
Heavenly
react, he
Katana
just
just
keeps
starts
on working.
running around looking for them like a very fast mo. Pink streak of starburst smelling air.
Are they here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, somewhere.
Thoth and Glory.
Yep.
You all have found the records room.
Yeah.
You said you were looking for anything fraudulent.
I guess mainly
Or
to
more
start
about
with,
the
how are-
order.
How are
It's
the
there.
things organized? The cabinets labeled?
Yes, it's actually very well organized in here.
Also, if there's any information on how that debt was paid off.
Okay. You do find a few different records. It appears that the Carbonets at one point held a few different estates in the LA area. But most of them have been sold off in effort to get rid of those debts.
Ah.
And it seems as part of that, there is not really a residential address listed for the Carbonets currently.
Which would track.
Indeed.
I want to look through the records around the time of like after the big 2007 peak around the start of the massive decline, just seeing what is happening there.
Well, put simply, you can even tell by just the size of the files, there's just less orders. In fact, you even find a few canceled orders. And a few of them do actually have comments. Some of them citing that they don't need the vehicle anymore, that they're going to be relying on like a team vehicle or something like that. Some looking for something more energy efficient. But a fair few of them say that they're doing, quote, custom jobs. and throw me a d6 real quick. Just to see what you remember, since I think you'd be alive around the time some of this happened.
I got a 5.
Okay, let's say that's enough. You do have a vague memory that supermobiles are still around, but it's not really something done by shops anymore. It's more of like a custom thing. Like, that's sort of more where the attitude lies, is that, like, getting it from a shop, like, isn't the thing to do if you really want to show off your supermobile. It's just kind of fallen out of fashion. I would say you know this mostly because, well, that group tends to associate with the seedier side of San Sebastián. Because, well, the way to get the best parts is to go under the table. Everyone knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Get that high tech.
That
Stuff
black
that's
market
just
tech.
Maybe not even barely street.
Yup. That is certainly impressive when the car can start breakdancing. So, Mia, you probably end up finding these two as they're knee-deep in paperwork.
Hey, guess what? We found out some stuff. She just like waltzes in and is like right between them all of a sudden. Hey
Hi.
friends, guess what? We found out some stuff. So like we found out that Carlos is the grandson of Walter Carbone. Walter Carbone is missing. His daughter Samantha lives in Houston and abandoned her son like a bitch. And then also the exceptionals, that was their order. And Walter's been missing since that order was stolen. So we potentially have a missing person on top of that, all that stuff.
So that's a lot.
Uh-huh.
Where did you find this?
Oh, we found Walter's journal, like
Oh,
hologram journal or whatever. Well, we didn't find it. Carlos gave it to us to show. I stopped annoying him by taking all his tools, and he started opening up. Weird.
not getting how that works.
Anyways, we're gonna have to like feed him and stuff because he's like, I ordered Instacart for him, but like,
Oh,
he's 16 and also mute. So like, did you meet Carlos? You didn't meet Carlos, did you?
no.
Nope.
Oh,
She
Carlos
doesn't
is
Neither
know what
of
you're
them have
talking
any
about.
Carlos
information
is
about
here.
Carlos.
He's 16. He's very skinny. Looks very malnourished. Very good at putting together engines. Carlos is the only human being in this place currently, and Carlos is the grandson of Walter Carbone.
Okay. And he's mute?
Yes. Or
All right.
can't speak, won't speak. I'm not sure.
Ah. Okay.
Can hear though.
This is a lot to absorb for the two of you.
Yeah.
I'll take you to him.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
She'll like turn to.
I don't think anything
"Did you find what you're
nefarious
looking
is
for?"
going on. Grandma said like he passed the vibe check, so
I didn't find anything to see.
right.
Seems like they lost a lot of business.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're doing great right now. Also, Walter isn't here. He's been missing since the
Dead.
cars were stolen.
Connected, perhaps.
I believe so.
And you said something about the exceptionals.
It was their order.
You would both know the exceptionals, if only by sheer media scatter of them.
Oh yeah, they've
They
got
show up on a lot of crap.
they have PR people running their social medias.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do we know who stole the order?
We do not know who stole the order.
Okay. Do we have any leads on how to find Walter?
We do not. We were going to
Okay.
start by questioning the exceptionals.
Okay.
I mean, you guys are. Me and Electra don't have a great relationship with that. Also, things get awkward when I go there with Bulletproof, so, you know.
So their order was stolen, and you think that they know something about him going missing? I feel like I'm missing something here.
I think that's like the only leads we have, right?
Above the table, he did say something about going to go talk to them
Yes.
in his audio recording.
Oh, yeah. Well, shh,
Sorry.
she's ADHD and so am I. Why did I play an ADHD character? Who knows? For reasons like this. Yeah. So he went to go talk to them. So like, and that was the last entry of his journal. So like, we should probably start where he last was. You guys can sleuth and like, well, you guys can like talk to them, and then me and Electra will sleuth.
Okay. Seems doable.
We already know their security and all that.
Oh. Well then.
Did you not know that we were... That's how me and Electra met. She was trying out for the exceptionals. I was on the exceptionals for a hot minute.
I'm going to roll a dice to see if Gloria actually knew this.
I mean, it was on the quote-unquote news, like the TMZ-ish news.
Oh, yeah. We were
She doesn't
definitely
watch that.
tabloid shit. Well, if you were walking through the grocery store and saw a tabloid...
Yeah.
I'm imparting upon Glory my personal knowledge of tabloids, which is I know nothing about them, and when I see them, my brain just like blurs them out because I don't care.
Fair.
That's fair. That's very fair, actually.
So I think she'll say, okay. I know you said you were on a different team. That's the team?
The exceptionals, yeah.
And you think it's a good idea to sneak around their base while we're talking to them?
What if they catch you?
Just smile.
What kind of powers do they have, and could those powers help them catch you?
Bulletproof is the only one capable of catching me.
What does he do?
He's also super fast.
Is he actually bulletproof, or is that figurative?
I can give you a quick rundown here. If I just get my records up real quick. The Exceptionals currently consist of 4 members. Angelfish, Bulletproof, Sugar Bomb, and Wings. Spelled...
That's a spelling.
With a Z.
W-Y-N-G-Z.
Yeah, with the Y.
That is
and
a choice.
Z. That's
I
why we
feel
couldn't have
like-
Y and Z in Misfits.
I feel like we're bullying the wrong super team. I think we need to bully the exceptionals instead of the young giants.
Why not?
What if we bully both of them?
Yeah, I think that we should honestly,
Really?
we need to diversify our
Kids
bullying.
need to get bullied.
Yeah, no, Bulletproof is my ex-boyfriend, so he might catch me. I don't think he'll tell on me.
Because he's super fast.
He is also super fast, yes.
He is fast, strong, and invulnerable. He basically has like a Superman light power
He's
set.
like Superman to the Flash.
What?
I feel
You know, like
this
the old
plan
comic
needs some work.
books? You know the old comic books? Like where Superman... I mean, he can't fly, I don't think. But yes, he is actually bulletproof.
Wait, did those comics exist in universe before?
Sure.
They're
Okay.
very old vintage comic books.
Okay. But no, so fast, invulnerable, and impervious.
strong. He's the only one that can catch me, but I am slightly faster. Just little bit.
She does have the speed advantage.
All right.
So I don't think he'll say anything if he does catch me, though.
Mhm.
It will just be awkward for both of us. He'll probably think I was there to spy on him because he thinks I'm obsessed with him.
Okay.
Two of you are just sitting here as, like, Mia's on the verge of trauma dumping.
I'm just John Travolta memeing all over the place.
If this is something you want to talk about, I am willing to listen, but this might not be the best setting, given.
I don't think anybody nefarious is listening or is here.
Okay.
Come on, let's go meet Carlos, and then you can do a vibe check, and you can see if the vibes
Oh.
seem okay.
All right.
He looks like he's been here alone for a while. He looks like he hasn't had proper nutrition in a while.
You said this is a kid?
He's about 16, 17?
Yeah, that's like 2 years younger than me.
Legally, he is a child. He looks like he's been here and not been eating out of the vending machine for about since before the primeval thing.
Both. You look like you've been working on a thought.
I think we need a better plan if we're gonna go talk to the exceptionals.
No, you're not going to get an argument from me there.
Also,
More.
I don't know if Heavenly Katana's evaluation that they're known for his ears listening here is entirely accurate, since we still don't know how Walter disappeared.
I'd agree with that. How about, for now, regroup with Carlos, see how he's doing, and then
Oh,
we
he's
do this
coming with
planning,
us. He's not really giving us an option.
and then we do this planning not here.
Great. We can do it in the van.
Sure.
If there were bugs, Grandma would find them.
Like elytras? Oh, no. Okay.
No, like electronic bugs.
No, I got that after the first second. Okay, let's just go.
It's fine. It's fine. She just starts like skipping alongside you.
Okay.
Two of you are just like, what is happening?
Both has a headache.
I think Laura's getting one.
Both has a headache for reasons that aren't entirely Heavenly Katana.
Only like 10%, you know?
Entirely.
Whilst this discussion has been going on, Elytra and Silver Phantom, you've been in the command center with Carlos, and you have been watching some wizardry happening, as he appears to be in the process of reprogramming a fair chunk of it. As he seems to be reconfiguring it, and initially you're not entirely certain for what, until he holds out a hand to you guys. Sort of like motions with it.
Oh, I thought he wanted to hold hands. Sure.
Yes.
Not again. Oh no.
Stop silencing my players.
If there's a notification first this.
Tabs is silencing.
Tabs would not do this.
Tabs is nemesis.
But if neither of you like really approach,
Oh, I'll go up there.
Tess,
All right.
or not Tess, Elytra is gonna move forward and take his hand.
There we go.
There we go.
Did he want to hold hand? If we're holding hands, I guess.
Take his hand or take his directive, whatever he wants me to do.
He sort of like looks at you holding his hand, just like slips it out, and then points to your phone.
Does he want my phone? He can take my phone.
He will take it, and he like scrolls back through the chat log and finds the invoice for the order.
Mhm.
And he starts punching it in. And this would be about the time that Thoth, Glory, and Mia return. As you all watch, as Carlos taps into a satellite, you're not entirely certain legally.
I don't care.
I didn't do it.
Have we thought about having him as our HQ?
I mean, I'm perfectly willing to hire him.
Do any of us have money to hire him? I have
You.
some money. Oh, I guess.
I don't have access to my money.
I suppose all that money that my parents are going to pay for tuition, I could maybe ask my dad for.
Wait, I think I've missed some context. What?
Oh, I
They're
was
discussing hiring Carlos.
With what money would be my immediate response, so go at it.
my tuition money.
You've now entered the command center, where you see this really skinny kid in mechanics overalls, apparently hacking a government satellite.
I'm just saying,
Well,
he
to
looks
each their
like he
own.
would be a great HQ.
That's not for you.
Yeah.
It's a pencil.
Slowly, on the primary projector, 4 vehicles start to come into focus.
What the fuck?
Oh.
And then, like, wireframes pull out as he appears to be currently downloading all the technical information from those 4 cars.
I think Blair's watching this and she's just like, I like this guy.
I told you, he would be
Effective.
great HQ material.
Yeah. Elytra is definitely trying to figure out
He's also
all
not
of the
very
technical
chatty.
jargon.
Well,
But
I think
if
he has.
she's
I think he has
Picked
a
up on the
company to
autism
run.
vibes. She might mention, does he have an interest in that?
I don't know.
In the
Yes.
cars, in the building of the
Yeah.
cars, yes. Currently, in finding out what happened to his grandpa, yes. And then after that, it's probably going to be running a whole company on his own.
Well, it's not
I
a
mean,
very profitable.
Probably not.
I
on
mean,
your
he
own.
could look. I'm
I
just
mean-
saying that this space is pretty baller, and then like I could talk to my dad, and maybe my dad could get him hooked up with some like and teach him how to patent shit.
We had to walk. Well, we didn't have to walk. We drove. We
It
had to drive
might-
so far out of town to
Maybe-
get here.
Figure out what he
just-
wants to do.
That I think would be the first step.
Yeah.
That's a good
Wait,
point.
Hey, it's plastic. It's not
I'm just
food.
saying, like, if he were to revamp his business model, he could be sitting pretty for a long time.
My note on that for a later point, because we've got things to deal with, would be perhaps with the money that he has, it could be organized that somebody is hired to deal with this stuff if he doesn't have an interest. Yeah. But for now, we should probably, and she does like the Will Smith meme at Thoth, ask him what he wants.
Both is actually gonna. Well, the conversation.
Well,
has
maybe we find
continued
his-
sidle over
his
to
grandpa
Carlos.
first.
Watch what he's.
It's
Elytra is enthralled with the schematics that she's trying to analyze right now.
Hell
It
yeah.
is genuinely kind of hypnotic to watch him work, because there is just like this fascinating effortlessness to everything that he's doing. Like all this coding, all this processing of information happens so instantaneously for him.
Totally introducing him to my dad, regardless.
I think both will just watch for a little bit, and then eventually, seeing that he's got some Hispanic heritage, and obviously, gonna very quietly start asking a few questions.
Doesn't really seem to directly respond. But as the wireframe expands, he pulls up like this almost like joystick looking thing, positions it, and you all now realize there are multiple hollow projectors in the room as the room slowly gets overlaid by an expanding view from the cameras in the cars.
Okay. Where are they? Or can we tell what they can see from the cameras?
Indeed. It seems like they're in a garage. Pretty run down. There's like a few disused tools and barrels like off in a corner. But more notably are the living arrangements, ? That have been set up. A few cots, and it looks like a refrigerator has been dragged into the space and plugged into the wall.
If he's able to hack into them, do we also have geolocation data on where they are?
Indeed he does, though he has not explicitly said that yet.
Fair enough.
We can see where they are.
And indeed you can see them.
The exceptionals?
It is not the exceptionals.
Ah, damn it.
There are 4 men of assorted size and ethnicity, for lack of better terminology. All of them dressed in a familiar style to you, Thoth, as supermobile enthusiasts.
Okay.
With sort of like modified Letterman jackets with like an assortment of brands sewn onto them. It's sort of like a market pride thing. Like, how many different companies can you fit into one vehicle? Just sort of like bragging rights thing. And they all have an assortment of punk hairdos. But there is one who seems to have the best cot, and also free access to the fridge, who has a bright, dyed red mohawk.
Okay.
It's a car racing gang.
Seems like it. What are they getting out of springing criminals, though?
Money,
Money.
chaos.
Jinx.
And initially, there is no sound. But a few more keystrokes from Carlos, and slowly, a little grainily, audio comes in. As you can see, the apparent leader, sort of like in a makeshift chair, checking his phone. All right, boys, we got another job.
Carlos, can you see if he's ever tried to connect his phone to the car?
Tap, 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 tap. And a little green phone icon, bing, appears over the red car.
Could you take a look in there? You might have some information that'll help us figure out what's happened here.
Sort of hesitates for a second, and he starts tapping away again. And there's like a little pop-up with like some code in it as he starts working. But as he's working, another truck. Looks like it's gonna be a morning job. That means you, Speed Demon. Gotta be up and at 'em.
They
Boss is
got a
gonna be
fast guy
mad.
too.
Oh.
You can race somebody.
And a guy with like green dyed dreadlocks sort of goes, "Oh man." Now, we better not have any problems, should we, Mr. Carbona?
Shit.
And Carlos stops.
Send us
Where-
that.
Where
Can you
are
send
they,
us that
Carlos?
location?
Yeah.
We gotta go, buddy.
And he starts rotating the image, and you realize behind the green car, there is a man bent over doing what looks like a patch repair on the side of the green supermobile.
Do we have a location coordinates for them? And can we borrow some cars?
He pops up coordinates. Presses a button. Little chip pops out.
I don't know if Grandma wants to drive
Oh.
us to this.
Can I chip my suit
Sure.
so I can project that for everyone?
Yep. You got the coordinates. Looks like it's in the industrial quarter, towards the outer edge of the city.
Well, I think it's time to go crack some heads.
Agree.
I can
Nice.
do that.
Little text window pops up. I'll drive.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Cool
gonna
beans.
run. I'm
And
gonna
that's what we're
actually
call it for
run.
tonight.
Okay.
I love this.
Yes.
The drama.
Yes.
All right. So, we have some end of session questions to answer here.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Do we have
So-
end of session music?
I'm trying to
Huh.
find something. Hang on.
Everybody just sing a song.
La, 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 la,
When
la.
you walk
go with the main
by
title stuff.
you.
All right. Who would like to go first? Everybody all at once.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that Glory grew closer to the team, specifically Thoth, because she was having fun with the selfie thing, and it was nice to hang out with somebody who is at least a moderately serious person.
All right.
He doesn't currently have influence on her, so you now have it.
Woo!
And I'm gonna take the potential.
Okay.
I'll go next. I will also say that Elytra grew closer to the team as well. And it will also probably be Thoth just because of the bug antics and the fact that you really took one of my bugs for a ride to go investigate other things. So
Just perfectly fine with a fly on his nose this whole time.
yes, there's been a fly dancing on your nose and getting your attention and buzzing with.
Still like one of those Fortnite dances.
Yeah.
Yes.
Flossing.
Yeah, and I don't think you had influence.
I did
so...
not.
Nope. And now Thoth affects all of you.
The boys affect everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
And I'll also take potential.
All right.
Where'd my pen go? I was just found it. I was just chilling. on it.
I'll also grow closer to the team, and grow closer to Glory since we were kind of like buddying up today. that was pretty nice, and I don't know, just
Actually,
actually
did already have influence.
yeah, actually feeling like, oh, we're uncovering the secrets of this business.
Yeah.
She's come to the conclusion that, at least in this context, you've got a good head on your shoulders. Perhaps not in terms of costume design, but
I'm poor.
in this context, you have people on the team who will make you a costume.
I mean, to be fair, he's had like 2 days to have that costume made, so
Yeah,
it's gonna
that's
take
fair.
time.
And she's feeling a little bit more secure around you, given like your power set is an unknown to her. So we're gonna say superior up, danger down.
Hey, I can do that. And obviously I will be taking potential because I have 0.
Hell yeah.
Stuff. Good stuff. Don't expect that to last in the next session because we're definitely having a fight next session.
What? You don't say.
Heavenly, Phantom.
I will go next. I grew closer to the team, and I'm going to say that I grew closer to Silver Phantom because we were kind of, buddy, and up to some antics, just
With our interrogation,
with our interrogation and potty mouths.
quote unquote.
Just antagonizing the poor kid.
A little bit.
He could be a vampire. We don't know.
The funny thing is that there are vampires in this setting. Y'all have not encountered them yet.
And we don't
Yet.
want to. 'Cause
Or
they
have we?
glitter
May
like
have.
Goodness.
in Twilight.
It's gonna be a rumor about this poor kid that he's a vampire now.
I mean, you did tell me that his whatever grandfather
His grandpa was
so-
16 in
His
2005
great ancestor was
or something.
undead, but like, come on. Everyone's got some weirdness in their bloodline in this setting.
No, mine's totally normal. No worries.
What are you talking about?
Totally normal.
Totally.
I am going to move. Have your freak up and savior down.
That can
Acting
happen.
like a weirdo.
Yeah.
I am acting like a weirdo. Just laughs maniacally
Uh-huh.
at random
Um,
times.
I too am going to grow closer to the team and take a potential. And
Yes.
closer to Heavenly Katana because we did tag team interrogate that and nothing bad happened.
Not
I was
one
expecting something
appendage
bad
got
to happen.
cut off of anybody.
Yeah, that mostly because I wouldn't be able to stop her from doing that.
I think only Glory can,
Uh,
to be honest.
I mean, if you're probably faster than she is, so
two
If you
people could
caught her
probably talk you
right-
down.
Yeah, South might be able to stop me by like,
I was about to say, with the
Fucking
right
with my
illusions, I
head.
feel like Thoth could severely mess you up.
Yeah.
power
Like
wise.
start doing the like Zelda
but it
twisty
could get
hallway
even
thing on
worse
ya.
because if she just starts wildly flinging that katana around at like
Yeah.
hyperspeed, that's
I feel like Elytra might be
Blatantly.
able to if she went lethal, but
Or if she talked her down.
yeah.
that's true.
If you talk her down, that's the much safer option. Glory, I think, could stand against her, but yes, she is faster than Glory, and Thoth could fuck with her head to the point where she didn't know where she was. So
I
Yeah.
hit things.
faster than Glory. But also, if you try to stab her with a katana, there's a very solid slicer with a katana. There's a solid chance it's not going to do shit.
no, I know that's
There's
why
a
I mean,
solid
Other than
chance
possibly
she's
slice her clothes
solid.
off.
that's why that's why
Hey.
Glory is the one who could probably take her in a fight, but I don't know. You're right. Cutting off somebody else's appendage, I don't know if you could stop her.
No.
Mm.
God, no.
Because she's so fast.
Not
She's
only-
I will say though,
I mean, I also have
if she ever did that-
emotional influence, so I could just make you so disinterested and dispassionate that you don't want to do it anymore.
That'd be very
I cast
fucking
depression.
Yeah,
Basically.
weird.
I cast
Melancholy.
ennui.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I would say if she
God.
did do that though, I think
Not
Glory would
again.
be just deeply disappointed in her.
That might actually get her to stop.
Oh,
though.
she
You were like, I'm gonna be so disappointed if you
influence
cut off
over me
somebody's
now.
limbs.
Yes, she does.
I forgot we have to mark that. This
okay.
isn't like Jukebox Justice where we all just have influence
Do,
over
do
each
I have
other.
I have influence
still
now?
developing.
I
Yes,
didn't
you
before?
do.
Okay. So I'm gonna put you on my list
Joe
of
hasn't
people.
gotten Roxy's back. And he probably never will
Because
because he
she
lied to
keeps
her
forgetting.
that one time.
Ugh.
He
In any
did
case.
lie to her that one time. And
Thank
I've got-
you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you
shit,
all.
my labels need to be shifted.
oh, did I
nope,
already
you-
have? No,
nope.
I didn't have. I didn't have it
No,
already.
I don't.
That's-
It's not in my notes. My intricate notes.
No, if she didn't have influence on you before, then nothing.
Oh,
shifts.
now
Yeah.
next time she can. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I had
It's
influence
if
over
they
her.
had influence.
Yeah,
then they
everybody had influence over Heavenly Katana because
Yeah.
that's not a whole thing with my characters apparently.
And now the boys have influence over everyone.
Yeah.
Pretty much, which is kind of terrifying.
Probably safe for them.
I would say the lovable himbos, but I don't know if I'm technically a himbo considering how much
Thoth
logic
isn't a
I was
lovable
doing.
himbo. He's like our lovable.
If you have
weird
nightmare
punk.
powers, you probably
haven't-
don't count as a lovable limbo.
No, you're not a himbo. You're like just a delinquent. You're like our lovable delinquent.
lovable punk.
That's
Our punk rock
scrappy, that
pizza
scrappy
boy.
little dog that keeps coming back.
You're our
I'm that
you're our
mutt from
punk
the
rock
street.
pizza boy.
All right. Well, thank you all for sticking with me, and thank you our audience for sticking with me. I know we went
thanks.
touch past what we usually go.
It was
Me too, I'm
fun. We had fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Next time, we'll probably go a little bit faster.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Okay.
Alright.
You should have
What?
seen me kick my leg really fast when I said that.
But we'll see you all then. For the time being,